The Space Shepherds.
The long-range scanner beeped sluggishly at irregular intervals, but each time, it was the space debris scattered all over the sixth pasture. In addition to the orbital that was destroyed during the Shandian War, the system was packed with the remains of several satellites and planetoids that had been hit during the last major battle. Strictly speaking, this debris was almost as good for grazing as a broken orbital, so someone was always keeping herds on the sixth and a few neighboring pastures. Usually, the herders had no trouble making arrangements. The shepherds were a close community, and the pastures in the system were very rich. There was enough for everyone. But this time, it looked like someone had decided not to play by the rules. Andrew irritably switched the scanner to offline mode. There was almost no hope of finding the lost cow, and his head pulsated with pain from hours of staring at the screen. "I'm telling you, it's Crane," Pavo said. "He's been telling everybody he's going to the 11th, but instead, he's sneaking around here, stealing cattle from the neighbors. There have been rumors about him for a long time. Bad rumors." Andrew stood up, wrinkling his nose, went to the medicine cabinet, and took out a pack of painkillers. Slapping an osmotic pad on the bend of his elbow, he poured himself a cup of coffee and looked at his partner. Pavo was sitting in his decrepit, ugly chair, with long legs resting on the dashboard. As always, there were no emotions on his face. But Andrew knew Pavo was no less worried than he was. They had already lost their third cow in a week. A couple more losses, and they can forget about any profit. "No one has ever caught Crane red-handed," said Andrew. "Not a single piece of evidence, not even circumstantial. Even now, we have nothing but speculation. He'll laugh at us, and he'll be right. And what if we're wrong, and he has nothing to do with it?" Pavo sighed and set the mug on the edge of the panel. "Then we'll have to find something more substantial than speculation," he said. "Let's round up the herd." Andrew's and Pavo's herd consisted of 24 specialized von Neumann probes, or provons, or, as the shepherds called them, cows. In fact, each cow was a massive automaton designed for one thing only: to collect and process any valuable materials that could be found in the eternal cold of outer space. Of course, the classical idea of von Neumann probes as an autonomous, self-replicating research ship, for all its romantic aura, had extremely dubious commercial value. What use can be made of devices that would wander from one star to another for thousands of years, leisurely digesting an asteroid or two in the process? But the interstellar war that broke out 2 centuries ago and drew several powerful civilizations into its vortex left behind many systems filled with the wreckage of giant artificial structures, orbitals, Dyson rings, shipyards, and the like. Big, tasty debris containing many of the rarest materials, just waiting to be picked up and shipped to where needed most. That's when the idea of probes proposed in the long-gone 20th century was revived. Instead of research probes, slow as space currents, you can make a whole herd of provons, which will graze on the ruins of giant fragments of the great past, accumulate materials, and sometimes even give the offspring, that is, build their copies from these materials. You don't need numerous prospecting fleets. You don't need enormous freighters to transport materials. You just need to drive your herd to a suitable pasture, and then you can collect the litter and distribute it for processing. But if someone starts stealing your livestock, you may well go bankrupt, and fast. Good provons were expensive. "Are you sure it's Crane?" Akihita's face was completely blank, but Andrew knew it was a sign that the Japanese man was emotionally overcome. Akihita claimed to be from an ancient samurai family, descended from some famous Japanese warlord, after whom he was named. Usually, he was pretty cheerful and sympathetic. His cheekbones stiffened only when any other man would have been half a step away from a violent burst of rage. "I've already lost 6 cows. two of them were about to calve. Akihita was silent for a moment. His eyes were aflame, but his face was a marble mask. I'll text you the latest coordinates of all the missing ones. Maybe, if we cross-reference our data, we can determine where the thief might be. He nodded, held out his hand, and the communication screen went out. Andrew shook his head in shock. Akihita and his partner, Pereira, had only recently started their venture. The license for grazing in the Zunata system had eaten up their last savings, and their herd was relatively small, only 24 provons. To lose almost a third of the herd in one fell swoop when you have yet to pay off not only the cows, but even the license. Andrew was already contemplating which of his shepherd friends he could persuade to cash in for Akihita so that he would not go bankrupt. The shepherds were a closed caste, despised by the proud military spacemen and even the merchants. But they were usually sticking together pretty tight. Occasionally, however, there were types like Crane. No one had ever been able to prove anything. Still, he was suspected of all the deadly sins of shepherds: stealing other people's cattle, unlicensed grazing, including on other people's pastures, and a host of lesser offenses. He was even raided a couple of times, but Crane always managed to slip away like wet soap, leaving no evidence behind. Unfortunately, the stock buyers were not as united and loyal as shepherds, so Crane was sure to have no trouble selling his illegally acquired goods. And now, it looked like he had finally jumped over his head, and he could be nailed. Andrew typed a command on the terminal, and a three-dimensional holographic map of the system appeared in front of him, on which all the pastures were marked. In the 7th pasture, red lights marked the last known coordinates of the missing cows from Akihita's herd. The pasture zone was a giant ring around the Zunad star, sliced into 12 truncated sectors. The 11th pasture, where Crane supposedly grazed his herd, was far away, on the other side of the star. But who would take a word of such a slippery fella for granted? Andrew entered the coordinates of his lost cows into the simulator, marking them in green, and turned the hologram around to get a better look at the neighboring 6th and 7th pastures. There it was. He entered a few more commands and clapped the arm of his chair triumphantly. Behind Andrew's back, Pavo entered the bridge. "I've rounded up the herd," he said. "I turned off their targeting so they'd be more tightly packed and mirrored it to our navigator. So far, they're drifting behind us at triple normal range." Pavo paused and bent over Andrew's shoulder. "Got anything?" he asked. Andrew pointed to the hologram. "I contacted Akihita," he said. "Well, he's missing some cows too. He gave me the coordinates, so I synchronized everything, and here is what I got." The ring of the pasture zone on the diagram was marked with different colors, different for each pasture. The 6th was marked in blue, the 7th in yellow. Along the borders of each sector, several dots glowed red. According to Andrew's command, the computer plotted the surface against these dots, producing a flattened hemisphere. Pavo took a closer look. "Wait, that's—" Andrew nodded. "A paraboloid, and the one who steals cows from us is sitting precisely in focus." He shook his head. "I'll be damned, but the guy has some nerve. He doesn't even move. He just hangs out above the ecliptic like a fisherman over an ice hole and just keeps on hooking. But now we're going to shut him down for good." Pavo straightened up. "I'll warm up the geosector engines," he said. "You contact Akihita. I think he'll want to join our friendly visit too." Andrew tapped the button on the communication device. It was time for Crane to pay all his bills. Although the Zunata system had long since been cleansed of war elements and was considered safe, the battle that had been fought there was in the final stages of the war, when both the Shandai Empire and its allies and the Second Federation had reached the point of exhaustion, and thus desperation. As a result, both sides began to resort to methods of warfare that were considered unseemly during the civilized period of the war. It came to biological weapons, gravity craters that turned entire planets into piles of rubble, and even, according to rumors, black swarms of self-replicating nanobots. However, the latter were still rumors, and it was impossible to ask the war participants, trapped in stasis by the intervening elder civilizations. Therefore, in places like the Zunata system, the shepherds, and there were few other visitors in such a godforsaken corner of the galaxy, tried to stay within the pasture zone. Crane must have taken advantage of this, positioning himself above the ecliptic and hijacking the control of other people's provons with some pirate equipment. It had been a convenient location since no one had ever taken an interest in the void above the ring, but now it was working against Crane himself. In the debris-free space, it was impossible to disguise oneself as a broken orbital defense monitor or a shard of orbital platform. Andrew and Akihita had devised a plan to go into a short hyperjump, taking both herds with them, and drop out into standard space at a stone's throw from Crane's position. Whatever defense system he had, it wouldn't be able to handle a solid 50 targets dropping in on him at once. After all, it was just a shepherd ship, albeit a pirate one, not a battle cruiser. Crane had been asking for it for a long time. The calculations proved accurate, and both ships, the Highlander and Akihita's Tsurumaru, surrounded by their respective herds, simultaneously arrived precisely at the focus of the pirate paraboloid. And at the focus was the Churgi, Crane's ship. But gods, what a state it was in. "Looks like we're too late," Pavo said thoughtfully. No one answered him, all staring silently at Crane's ship. Churgi was a typical shepherd ship, a 2,000 feet long, oblong carcass studded with various antennas and outgrowths of instrument blisters, with an ugly cluster of geosector engines at its stern. There were no mooring devices on it, and they were not needed. The cows were usually twice or even 3 times the size of their shepherds and were controlled remotely. But now Churgi looked like a piece of Swiss cheese, especially rich in holes, and chewed by mice. The engines were the worst hit. In fact, there was almost nothing left of them, as if someone or something had chopped off several weighty pieces, along with the super-neutride cores and the antimatter capsules, and somehow managed not to annihilate the surrounding space, along with himself and the Crane ship. Some thought was scrambling just around the corner, but Andrew couldn't grasp it, distracted by the sight of the monstrously mangled Churgi. Pavo was fiddling with the long-range optics system, staring intently at the screen. The standard view cameras were too weak to see details, like what had happened to the crew's living area and control room. Ostensibly, there wasn't much damage visible where they were, but "Satana Percale," Paavo suddenly said. "Looks like we're too late. Someone's already taken care of Crane." "What is it?" Akihita asked impatiently. He didn't have a powerful optical system on his ship, and he didn't know Pavo well enough to know that he only started swearing in Finnish in the most urgent cases. Andrew turned his chair around and looked at the screen. In open space, due to the lack of any landmarks, it is always challenging to eyeball the distance, but the image on the screen was quite self-evident. At a distance of about 5 or 6 clicks from the Churgi, slowly rotating, drifted Ashton Crane himself, all of his frozen to stone, spacesuitless, and undeniably dead persona. After a while, they got closer to the Churgi and saw something they hadn't noticed. The crew area and control sector had also been damaged, just not as drastically compared to the total devastation of the tail section. There was a gaping hole where the deckhouse had been, with some twisted and torn structures vaguely visible in the depths, and a similar hole, only slightly smaller, in the living area. Next to each of the holes drifted a cloud of debris, an inevitable companion of space disasters, furniture torn from its seats, broken instruments, and the personal belongings of the crew. However, the crew of the Chergi consisted of only one person, Crane. Unlike most shepherds, who usually worked in pairs, the old pirate preferred to carry out his dubious enterprises alone. At least he hadn't brought anyone with him on his last deadly trip. But what the hell happened here? Who could have attacked the Chergi in this remote corner of the galaxy? Interstellar warfare was a thing of the distant past. The elder civilizations, having ended the Second Shandian War in a radical way, had made it clear that they would no longer tolerate any squabbling beyond the atmosphere. Even pirates like Crane weren't really true pirates. They were more like thieves and hijackers. Andrew and Akihita weren't going to resort to violence either. The plan was to use the surprise factor to block Crane's escape with two herds, dock at the Chergi, punch the crook in the face, and force him to return the stolen cows, nothing more. Andrew looked again at the mangled ship, which looked like some unlucky animal that had inadvertently fallen into a river full of piranhas. An elusive thought again rustled somewhere nearby. "Andrew," Akihita sounded worried. "There are multiple signals on the scanners approaching us. No response. Estimated contact time is 12 minutes. Andrew threw a quick glance at the screen of his scanner. Indeed, about a dozen objects were approaching them from the void outside the ecliptic and closing fast. Crane's associates? Nonsense. The existence of one or two pirates was maybe conceivable, but an entire fleet was utter nonsense. Some kind of Shandian warships or their opponents. Even more nonsense. In more than 2 centuries, there could hardly be anything left in the system but wreckage and ruins. Andrew looked at Crane's ship, and it occurred to him again that it looked gnawed on. And then it hit him. "Pereira, does your herd have a proactive search mode?" Andrew asked. Pereira was not visible on the screen, but Andrew knew he was sitting beside Akihita. The Brazilian was in charge of cow programming at Tsurumaru. "Yes," came Pereira's voice, "but you understand that I didn't tell you that." Officially, proactive search was strictly forbidden because the cows switched to this mode instead of calm and leisurely processing of dead ships and orbital ruins, began to chase all over the system for any interesting object, including fully functioning ships. If the License Commission found even a trace of such programming on a cow, its owner would have to find a new way to make a living. "We don't have time for explanation now," Andrew said. "So here's what I want you to do. Put the whole herd into proactive mode, orient it towards these guests, and set the hibernation timer for, let's say 15 minutes. Yeah, that should be enough. And most importantly, once you've done all that, burn out all the communication circuits on each cow." "But that's," Akihita started, but Andrew cut him off. "Not now. There's no time. If we don't do it, we'll soon meet Crane's fate. Believe me. We'll figure out how to get out of this later, but for now, just do it." Akihita nodded at Pereira's unintelligible muttering from somewhere behind him. Andrew turned to Paavo, who met him with a nod. "Already done," the Finn said calmly. "I guessed it too while you were talking." He pointed to the scanner screen, where 28 dots, the whole herd, were unfolding in an umbrella toward the approaching objects. "I hope we're right. Otherwise—" Andrew shrugged his shoulders. "We'll know in a few minutes," he said. "So our own cows tried to attack us?" Akihita asked. "I can't believe that's even possible." The 4 of them were sitting in the Highlander's wardroom. The low table was littered with full and empty beer cans. Paavo had gutted his entire reserve on the occasion of the salvation. "Oh yeah," said Andrew. Crane was one hell of a smart bastard and an excellent programmer. But this time, he'd outsmarted himself. He'd been able to hijack the Provon's controls before. But chasing every cow around the system in person and risking getting caught wasn't very efficient. So he reprogrammed the stolen cows, he probably had 2 or 3 of them at first, so that they could alter the behavior of other Provons. Just a little bit, 'cause they are really short on brains, but still. And then they started attacking anyone, including their master? Pereira asked, opening a new can. Not exactly, Pavo answered. I've already downloaded the code from one of the reprogrammed cows. Relax. Not into Highlander's mainframe, and certainly not into some cow, he said to Pereira, who choked on his beer. To the secure, isolated system in my quarters. Now I have to admit, the work is masterful. In fact, Crane implemented into the stolen cows. What do you think? A herd instinct. But they are already got it, don't they? Akihita asked. Andrew finished his can and put it on the table. Actually, we only call them that, he said, for simplicity's sake. But in reality, of course, they are 1,000 times more stupid than any real cow, and they have no instincts, no more than, say, a colony of bacteria. Absorb resources and reproduce. That's all they can do. But Crane somehow managed to cram something much more complex into their puny software. And he must have screwed up, Pavo said. His rewired Provons were acting like alpha males, taking control of our cows and driving them back here, where Crane was brainwashing them. But apparently, he overdid it, coded into them too much aggression and initiative, and either didn't care or didn't have enough space for control circuits. Probably, he thought that if he codenamed himself as a super alpha male, it would be safe. But somehow, he lost sight of the fact that these were not real ungulates, but robots with very primitive electronic brains. So his bulls at some point decided, if, of course, this word is applicable here, that it was time to take power away from the old male and rule the herd themselves. Everyone thought about it for a while. At the cost of some losses, the thinned herds of both shepherd teams managed to stop and neutralize the crazy cows. 4 cows, 3 from Andrew and Pavo's herd, and 1 from Akihita, had to be utilized, but the rest were expected to recover. This included the stolen ones after Pavo and Pereira scrubbed all the malicious Crane code from their processors and memory. One of the great virtues of the Provons was their ability to self-repair. Crane's body lay in one of the empty compartments of the Highlander, depressurized to preserve the remains of the hapless rogue. But the Churgi had a different fate in store. The 2 herds will soon consume the remains of the ship. Counting all odds, we got off easy, said Pavo. It's scary to think what would have happened if Andrew had not guessed at the very last. What? He asked, looking at Andrew's suddenly pale face. What are you? Did something else occur to you? Yes, Andrew said, playing mindlessly with the clasp of his overalls. I was thinking, the elders forbade wars and weapons production, right? And I'm thinking, our cows. They have high-powered lasers to cut through old hulls, gravity resonators to work with neutride and other such materials, force field traps for capsizing and storing antimatter. We thought they were too dumb to be feared. But then came the proactive mode, and now the Crane's coding. Oh shit, Pereira said slowly. Andrew nodded. We haven't fought a war in over 2 centuries. We have practically forgotten what war is. And suddenly, it turns out that without realizing it, we have created a huge semi-autonomous battle fleet capable of self-reproduction. You remember the big bogeyman the elders used to scare everyone with after throwing 8 star systems out from our continuum? The Black Swarm, Pavo said. Akihita crumpled the empty can in his fist and tossed it into the corner. "Looks like we just found out it's not a legend anymore," he said, and looked at the view screen as if he expected the stars to start going out any minute.
The next story is Baal's Sleep.
Kwang felt terrible. He'd thought he'd known what to expect when he agreed to pilot the mission to Baal, but the reality was far more oppressive and unpleasant than anything he imagined. Hell, the contract looked so appealing. Simple task: to pilot the Bester Foundation's expedition ship, the Lincoln Powell, to the Astarte system and into low orbit around the fourth planet, the gas giant Baal, where the ship's scientific crew, 2 scientists, would do their hard-to-understand research and experiments. Kwang was offered this contract because he had already worked on 2 expeditions to study the biosphere of gas giants. There was nothing special about such expeditions. You hang out in the upper atmosphere of the hydrogen-methane colossus and listen to the various wows of biologists about the amazing specimen. Each of those specimens was usually several times the size of the expedition ship, so all research was reduced to observations from a great distance. To Kwang, all this marvelous fauna looked like a collection of giant shapeless jellyfish, not remarkably different from each other. The research ships could not descend deep into the atmosphere, even using the most modern gravitational compensators. The monstrous gravity of the gas giants was still an insurmountable obstacle. A couple months of lazy drifting under the bustle of scientists and a hefty paycheck at the end of the expedition. A win-win. Except this time, the scientists were mentalists, espers, telepaths, goddamn brainiacs. Kwang grimaced, picking at his dinner with his fork. The galley's food processor cooked perfectly for a machine. One of the mentalists, Dr. Louis Pilecki, had a convenient hobby. He collected programs for food processors and even wrote them. Apparently, the honored doctor of exopsychology was fond of tasty food, but on diplomatic missions to chloro-breathing amphibians, one could not count on lavish banquets. Kwang couldn't help but admit that Dr. Pilecki was good at squeezing as much as possible from a standard food processor, but he still had no appetite. The thing was, Kwang hated mentalists. He could bear crossing paths with them in crowded university classrooms or public lectures, but to be trapped in the confined space of a spaceship with 2 brainiacs. Even worse, those 2 were of a special kind. Dr. Pilecki and his colleague, Dr. Terje Latola, were unique in their own way. Regular mentalists were able to receive the mental echoes of people around them, but those 2 were so advanced that they could actively get inside the skull, even if only partially, of strangers. Come on, how can an ordinary person feel at ease, knowing that at any moment his thoughts could be eavesdropped on? The fact that the 2 scientists didn't fall into the typical stereotype of the sneaky mentalist didn't make things any better. Luis, a native of the orbital city of Ganymede Delta, was, like all orbitals, tall, thin, dark-skinned and dark-haired, and most importantly, had the most charming and infectious smile imaginable. As for Terje, even though Dr. Latola was already in her 50s, Kwang was ready to believe that she didn't need to use 1/100th of her rare talent to impress men. A gorgeous blonde with bright blue eyes and a stunning figure, she was a true Valkyrie. Kwang knew that Finns, strictly speaking, were not Scandinavian, but what the hell did it matter? It just wasn't fair. He was stuck on the same ship with 2 mutants who could pick your brains, and yet found that they were both the nicest people you'd ever met. Kwang hid from them all over the ship, learning idiotic counting rhymes and performing complex mathematical operations in his mind every time he met one of the mentalists in person, while realizing that he was acting like an idiot. But he couldn't help it. At least it was getting easier. As soon as the ship had entered Baal's upper atmosphere, the two mentalists had taken up residence in their lab, leaving only every other day to eat and sleep. Though they'd been sympathetic to Kwang's feelings before, Terje even lectured him on how mentalists had a rigorous code about reading other people's thoughts. It was considered not only a morally wrong deed, but even a crime. And the punishment for it was severe, up to a lifetime exile to a secluded station in the deepest corner of the galaxy. She also said that you can't get into someone else's head involuntarily. It's more like reading a letter. First, you must open the mail and learn the language. After returning to the ship bridge, Kwang turned on the large view screen. The cabin was immediately filled with iridescent splashes of all shades of lilac, purple, and pink from the methane ammonia cloud streaked with the light of Ishtar, the system's sun. No sailbearers could be seen, but Kwang knew that these giant jellyfish-like creatures were somewhere nearby. They always stayed out of direct line of sight, though how would they have any idea of the line of sight of optics-enhanced human vision? Still, for the entire 3 weeks that the expedition had spent in the upper atmosphere of Baal, there were always a few sailbearers drifting around the ship. Sailbearers were the main reason and purpose of the expedition. Apart from them, nothing was exciting about the Ishtar system, a mediocre G4 class star, 6 planets, 4 of which were lifeless balls of rock, and 2 were typical gas giants. But for some reason, 20 years ago, it was first explored not by an automatic probe of the cartography service, but by a research ship with a human crew, including, a rare occurrence for those times, a mentalist. The mentalist was weak. He was a crew psychologist, and he was not directly involved in the recon mission, but he insisted that the report must include his statement that while the ship was orbiting the largest of the gas giants in the system, he had noted strange mental bursts that had nothing to do with the background generated by the rest of the crew. Neither planet nor star had names then and were designated only by long indices of letters and numbers. The report was standardly registered upon the expedition's return. It sank safely into the service's database, unnoticed and uninteresting to anyone, like thousands and thousands of other similar reports before and after it. It would have disappeared there. But 3 years ago, something happened. One of the routine mapping expeditions found an abandoned orbital city in low orbit in the gas giant's upper atmosphere. Its age was first estimated at a few 100,000 years, then a few million. And recently, the talks began about tens of millions. As a result, many people suddenly began to show increased interest in old reports, namely, in reports on studies of planetary systems with gas giants. They have plenty of data to search, as gas giants are a standard part of the galaxy. Naturally, almost no one found anything. The fashion began to wane, and along with it, the money. Galactic expeditions were costly. Scientists and military from several civilizations were slowly poking around the Leviathan station, and the few remaining enthusiasts were poring over the data in circles, hoping to find some clue. But now, the Bester Foundation, the organization with a ridiculous amount of money, thought they found a clue. A dissenting opinion of a mentalist psychologist in a report on the system of an unnamed star. The Foundation gave the star the ancient name Astarte, and the gas giant received the name Baal. Funding had been allocated. An old recon ship, immediately renamed Lincoln Powell, had been purchased, and Kwang had been hired as a pilot. And now Kwang is stuck in this old, rusty bucket in the atmosphere of a gas giant in the company of 2 mutants capable of X-raying his brain down to the very bottom. He glanced involuntarily toward the forward cabin, transformed by the mentalists into the laboratory. When it came to selecting expedition members, Luis and Terje were a natural choice. They were leading experts on contacts with other intelligent species, Who else but them to study a potential new sentient race? It was a fundamentally new experience, because until now, the peculiar fauna of the gas giants was known in many systems, but even the hints of intelligent life there were out of the question. The inhabitants of methane and hydrogen atmospheres were no smarter than ciliates. No mental outbursts were expected from them. On Baal, however, things turned out differently. The mentalists had not yet been able to establish contact with the sailbearers, but they were absolutely convinced that the creatures drifting slowly through Baal's atmosphere were constantly exchanging complex mentograms. It was astonishing. Kwang remembered the enthusiasm with which Luis had told him of this discovery. The scientist had even managed to infect the pilot with joy and distract him from his constant efforts to erect a mental block of integral and differential equations. "It's absolutely incredible," Luis said with shining eyes. He was sitting in an uncomfortable position on the very edge of the couch, and it looked like he was about to slide to the floor, but the mentalist didn't care. He only cared about one thing: Baal's sailbearers. Such a unique case. Until now, no intelligent species has been known to have not created a material culture. But the sailbearers simply cannot have a material culture for obvious reasons, and yet they exchange highly complex mental signals. "Maybe it's just that we haven't found their city yet?" Kwang asked. "Maybe it's drifting somewhere in the atmosphere where we can't see it, like that station on Leviathan." Louis shook his head. No, that can't be. You've seen the sailbearers. Think about it. How can they create objects of material culture, and most importantly, from what?" Kwang was forced to agree. Baal's sailbearers were not named for nothing. They looked like gigantic, several hundred meters long, oval jellyfish to which someone had attached huge sails from several sides. The sailbearers could unfurl and fold these wing sails that were part of their bodies, changing speed and direction on a fantastic scale. Louis said that sailbearers could reach speeds of several hundred miles per hour, but their natural habitat was the gas giant's upper atmosphere, which contained nothing but gas. What the sailbearers fed on was still a mystery, let alone the construction materials. "We have a theory," Louis said, "that sailbearers didn't evolve naturally." "What do you mean? They're not alive or something?" Louis laughed. "No, of course they are. We think someone helped them. Someone did a lot of work, selection, genetic engineering and such things to help them become the sailbearers we know." Kwang pondered for a moment. "Sounds reasonable," he finally said. "Not that I'm much of an evolutionary biologist, but even I can see that a gas giant's atmosphere is unlikely to produce intelligent life forms. But who would want that? I mean, it's an exceptionally complex and massive task, am I right, Doc? Could it be the ones from Leviathan?" Louis squinted slyly and looked straight into Kwang's eyes. "That's a good question, but I have a much more interesting one. Why would they do that?" Kwang's recollection was interrupted by an alarm buzzer. He pressed a key, unfolding the hollow projection of the ship's systems diagnostic. All readings were normal, except for a slight imbalance in the gravitational compensators. Nothing serious, though, some fraction of a percent. He didn't even feel it on him. Kwang ran a controller subroutine to correct the discrepancy and suddenly felt an unusual, persistent anxiety unrelated to his usual uneasy feeling over the presence of mentalists on the ship. Strange. Kwang was an experienced pilot and used to trusting his intuition. As a rule, it merely represented the first signals of a realization that the logical thinking part of his mind would soon have to come to. Kwang ran through the ship's systems readouts one more time. Here. The power consumption of the forward deckhouse equipment was skyrocketing. For the past week, the scientists had been installing a device they had high hopes for. As far as Kwang understood, it was some sort of mental energy amplifier, a telepathic loudspeaker, with which the mentalists wanted to try to make contact with the sailbearers. But he'd asked them to let him know when they planned to conduct the first tests of the amplifier. Kwong pressed the call button. "Dr. Pilecki, Dr. Latola, what's going on over there?" he said into the microphone of the intercom system. "Have you started the amplifier tests? I can see a huge increase in your lab's power consumption." There was no response. Kwong listened. Some indistinct sounds came from the speaker. Rustling, a low humming, something that sounded like heavy, hoarse breathing. Kwong tried to turn on the surveillance cameras, but the screen remained dark. The cameras were off. Damn scientists and their mania for privacy, he thought, feeling his anxiety rising. "Louis, are you all right?" Still the same incomprehensible noise. Then, after about 15 seconds, which seemed interminable to Kwong, there was a calm, cold, female voice. "Major Kwong, you must come to the forward cabin immediately. We need your help. I repeat, immediately," Terje Latola said, and the connection clicked off. Kwong tried several times to call the scientists, but to no avail. After pondering for half a minute, he stood up and pulled a weapon harness from the captain's safe. He was a little confused at first, as he never used it before apart from drills, but he finally adjusted the straps and snapped the buckles. Kwong drew the blaster from its holster, checked the charge meter, it was full, and went to the forward deck house. Even with an impressive plaster patch on his forehead, covering a dark bruise spreading in all directions, Louis Pilecki still looked cheerful and lively. His smile through his swollen, broken lips still shone with benevolence, which was doubly surprising since it was Kwong who had bestowed these dubious adornments on the mentalist. "But how did you guess?" Louis asked, wincing slightly at the pain in his lips. "You figured it out right away, didn't you?" Kwong shrugged. His left arm was itchy under the layer of bio-gel in the healing sleeve. But that was okay. The fracture would heal in 5 days, and then he could scratch. "Dr. Latola." Terje addressed me by rank. It's been 3 months since the start of the mission, and she's never called me anything but sweet buddy, my dear boy, and so on. And then suddenly, Major Kwong, and in a voice that I'd only heard from Colonel Mittel when he'd got our entire third-year academy class arrested for partying. He looked at the regeneration capsule in which the woman lay. "Honestly, I'm sorry about that. I had no choice. After you hit me with that pipe and broke my arm, I wouldn't have been able to handle both of you. Besides, I was afraid you'd influence me, control me." Louis averted his eyes in embarrassment. "God, I'm so sorry about that, especially since I don't even remember anything. As for Terje, she will be fine. According to the Cybermed, your shot didn't hit any vital organs, so all she needs is time and rest. Cybermed plans to wake her up in a week. As for your fears..." Louis looked up at Kwong. "You were worried for nothing. Mentalists aren't capable of compelling anyone. We're passive listeners. No matter what rumors spread about us, we can transmit a mentogram under certain conditions. But that's not an order or something like that. No more than a radio broadcast." Kwong shuddered. "I'm not sure about anything after what happened on Baal," he said. "Though I'll be damned if I know exactly what happened there, and how we got out." Louis sighed. "As far as I'm concerned, we owe our rescue solely to you," he said. "If we'd had a mentalist as a pilot, as some of the Science Council members insisted, we wouldn't have had a chance. You saw what happened to me and Terje." "What was it, Doc? Did the sailbearers decide to eat us? Because of your amplifier? You fired your thoughts at them, and they found them too tasty?" Louis shook his head. "I'm afraid the sailbearers had nothing to do with it." Kwong looked at the mentalist in amazement. "What do you mean? I saw them chasing us. When I took the ship out of the atmosphere, there were tens or maybe even hundreds of thousands of them, and they were somehow affecting the ship's equipment, especially the gravity compensators. At one point, I thought we were done. "You've got it all wrong," Louis said. "The sailbearers weren't chasing us. They were protecting us, and they weren't the ones affecting the equipment." Kwang's jaw dropped. Louis smiled again. Those damn orbitals are such charming people, Kwang thought, even though every other one of them is a mentalist. "We were right," Louis said. "Sailbearers are indeed artificial beings. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to understand their way of life, how they eat, reproduce, and how long they live. But we had some information about the purpose of their creation after what happened." "Did they tell you that?" Louis winked at Kwang. "You still don't trust mentalists? Please don't feel bad. It's a normal reaction. No, the sailbearers didn't tell us anything. They are not, strictly speaking, adapted for that." Louis looked at the confused Kwang and sighed. "Well, let me tell you everything. And you can ask me along the way if you don't understand, okay?" Kwang nodded. "So," Louis began, "the essence of our experiment was to send an amplified mental package to a cluster of sailbearers to draw attention. We assumed that they were an intelligent race in their own right, even if created by someone else, and that they didn't realize that we were intelligent because our mental impulses were too weak by their standards. So it's only an assumption." Kwang felt that he's losing the point. "I don't get it, Doc. Are they intelligent or not? I'm confused by your riddles." "Patience, my friend," Louis smiled. "Are sailbearers intelligent? Yes and no. By our standards, probably not. Tell me, do you consider Powell's central computer intelligent?" Kwang shrugged. "No, of course not," he said. "Artificial intelligence is too expensive and unpredictable to equip a mediocre research ship with it. But it behaves almost like a living thing at times, talking, asking questions, and even adding emotional nuances to its speech, doesn't it?" Kwang shrugged again. "It's just a little programming. Jesus, Doc, even school children know that. You can't cram a real AI into a processor that's too weak. It's like, I don't know, well, like you can't cram a mind into a snail's brain, if it has a brain at all. But sailbearers got to have big brains, enough for 1,000 people, if not more." Louis sighed again. "I'm sorry. My analogy took you in the wrong direction. I meant that sailbearers are no smarter than a computer with good software, because they are machines, or rather artificially designed and programmed organisms, created for one purpose. I wish I knew by whom. Perhaps the station on Leviathan will be able to dig up some clues to the answer to that question." Kwang looked at the mentalist in amazement for a while. "And what is the purpose of this?" "To protect Baal's sleep, of course," Louis answered calmly, "from any uninvited guests, and to protect them too, should they show up." Kwang suddenly felt he was taking part in some kind of experiment to discover the limits of man's capacity for surprise. As soon as he thought Louis couldn't say anything more strange, the scientist hit him again. But after Terje had attacked and strangled him, and Louis had tried to break his skull with a piece of pipe, Kwang had given up being surprised to a great extent. For now, at least, things were safe. Sort of. He moved his palm closer to the holster he now always wore on his belt, but caught Louis's gaze and jerked his hand away in embarrassment. The mentalist brushed the awkwardness aside with a careless smile and continued. "The thing is, it wasn't the sailbearers that attacked us, me and Terje. We were attacked by Baal himself, and frankly, we were fortunate that he did it almost without waking up like a man who swats away an annoying mosquito. I'm afraid if Baal had really woken up to crush us, nothing would have saved us. There wouldn't have been even a wet spot left from us, along with the sailbearers. As it was, when you took the ship out of the atmosphere, the sailbearers managed to calm him down, and Baal fell back into slumber. Are you saying there is another huge station somewhere on Baal with an ancient sleeping AI that you almost woke up? Kwong asked. Luis laughed and immediately grimaced at the pain in his broken lips. You've got a hell of a punch, he said. I wouldn't want to be in the ring against you. No, that's not what I meant. The sleeping intelligence is Baal himself, the gas giant. He is intelligent and has lived for an unimaginably long time, billions of years. It's hard for me to explain why we're sure, but believe me, it's impossible to lie in a mental package. You can withhold something, but any lie the mentalist will recognize instantly. After Baal's mental blow, thank God the sailbearers managed to weaken it quite a bit. We were overwhelmed with uncontrollable aggression and hatred towards the person who brought us here. The pilot, that is. In human equivalent, Baal's emotions could probably be compared to the thought, "What the hell brought you here, you idiots?" Then the effects of the blow gradually wore off, but the realization of where the blow had come from remained. Kwong slowly digested what he had heard. Having knocked out both mentalists in the forward deckhouse, he switched on the view screen and saw an incredible cluster of sailbearers tumbling between the ship and the depths of Baal's atmosphere. He didn't think long but simply fired up the thrusters and raced away from Baal's atmosphere and out of the Astarte system. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. "Doc, tell me, why didn't I feel anything?" he asked. "You've been driven mad by Baal, but I was in my senses. Am I insensitive to such blows?" "I don't know exactly, but you probably shouldn't take credit for that," Luis said. "I think Baal just didn't notice you. We poked him with a needle of our own amplified mental impulses, and you were like that sly mosquito that sits quietly on the wall while its squeaky friends are chased away with a rolled-up newspaper." Kwong smiled. "Well, we'll be home soon," he said encouragingly. "You'll heal, gain strength, and then we'll come back here to study your treasure, the only intelligent planet in the universe. I hope no one wakes him up before then." "You see, there's a problem," Luis said. "We're not going home now. We have to get to the Leviathan system right away. We have to warn the researchers who work there not to do anything, like we did. There are no sailbearers in Leviathan's atmosphere." "Are you saying that Leviathan is also—" Kwong stared at the mentalist. "But how did you— Ah, I see. The same mentagram?" Luis nodded. "Shit," Kwong shuddered. "One intelligent planet makes you uneasy, and then you find out there are two of those." "Not two," Luis said quietly. "I don't want to upset you, but the mentogram flashed with fragments of memories of many such dormant minds." "Many?" Luis looked Kwong straight in the eyes. "Hundreds of millions at least." There was silence in the cabin. Then Kwong finally sighed and said, "Now you've really scared me, Doc." Luis sighed too. "I wish I could trade fears with you. I know you haven't had time to think about it yet, but think about how they've all been asleep for millions of years." He scratched his forehead thoughtfully. "I'm much more afraid of those who put them all to sleep."
The next story is a microscopic mistake.
"Wealth," Adderston said, rubbing his hands. "By golly, we're going to be insanely rich." The giant ship was rotating slowly on the view screens. 2 miles in diameter, the gigantic disk looked like a monstrous seed dropped by some ancient titan in a remote corner of the galaxy. The Qatar civilization that had built this ship had disappeared over 1 million years ago, obliterated in war with another ancient race, the Mercurians. Of course, neither the Qatar nor the Mercurians called themselves that. Not much was known about them at all. 1,000,000 years is a very long time for any civilization. Way too long. Random obscure artifacts, remnants of majestic ruins on desert planets, and scraps of ancient legends were all that archaeologists had to work with. "The government won't let us pocket an entire ship," Neeson said. "No one has ever found an entire Qatar ship, only scattered debris and a few artifacts. The usual rules for dead ship salvage will not be in effect." Adderston brushed his partner off carelessly. "So what? We'll get a huge prize anyway. Remember what it was like with the Changsun crew and LJ-194? All they found was a derelict Qatar escape pod. They got a few million credits for each crew member so that LJ-194 could even redeem all his cocoon brothers before euthanasia season started." A predatory smirk played on his lips. "But let's find a way into this damn thing," he said. "A prize is nice, but no one's stopping us from looking around for some booty." The interior of the Qatar ship was even more striking than the outside. The Mercurians were a non-biological civilization, but it was impossible to determine whether they were rebellious machines or had evolved independently before crossing their paths with the Qatar. The origins of Qatar were even more mysterious. The ancient legends were contradictory, depicting them as humanoid, aquatic, insectoid, or something totally unbelievable. Looking at the strange outlines of the ship's corridors, rooms, and mechanisms, Neeson was ready to agree with anything. The ship looked as if it had been grown, not built, like a houseplant, though the materials were strong enough to carry it through a star's chromosphere, withstand the fierce interstellar battle, or survive 1,000,000 years. Adderston kicked unhappily at a root-like protuberance on the floor of what they called a hangar. A vast cubic-shaped compartment, 300 feet long, with no flying apparatus in it. Actually, there was nothing in it at all, except a thin layer of gray dust. "Okay, I can understand stripping the ship of everything of value before abandoning it," Adderston said. "But there's no way some drunken mechanic didn't forget a screwdriver." Neeson shrugged. "Maybe he did," he said. "It's been 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Could our screwdrivers stand 100,000? Adderston only slurred back. They'd been walking the Qatar ship for 3 hours and found nothing but a labyrinth of corridors that looked like the insides of some gigantic mummified animal. "We've got to go back for the tools," Adderston said suddenly. "Let's get the laser drill and chop off a piece." Neeson sighed. He'd been expecting something like that. If the authorities find out, and they will, that we dismantled something unauthorized, we'll just go to jail. How much would you get for the Qatar metal on the black market? 100,000? Maybe 2? Versus a few million? Bro, it's not worth it. For a while, the beam of Adderston's helmet light slid across the floor and walls, lingering on dusty ledges. Neeson was silent. He knew his mate well. Adderston was saying goodbye to his desire to snatch an extra penny. "All right," he said at last, and Neeson caught a hint of resignation in his voice. "We'd better get moving before some other tramp stumbles upon this ancient pile of garbage." "It's 3 hyperjumps to the nearest patrol base," Neeson said as he sat in the pilot's chair. "Subspace messages can be intercepted, so we'd better hand it in directly to the commander. By the way, the base is run by Hormenches, and that's good. They can't lie or cheat. Unlike us people." He felt a twinge in his nose and sneezed deafeningly. "Damn this ventilation," he said. "We'll have to check on the filters. You hear that, At?" Instead of an answer, he heard loud sneezing and coughing, then indistinct grumbling. Neeson sighed and stood up. "Hey, bro, what's the—" He froze mid-sentence and quickly ducked. The laser gun's beam passed within an inch of his head, leaving a molten hole in the ceiling paneling. Adderston, his face completely gray and his eyes bulging madly, stared at the gun he clutched with both hands. "Damn it, Nis, I swear it wasn't me," he hissed. "It was like something pushed me. Oh God, Nis, no!" He swiftly raised the gun, put it to his head, and fired. Horrified, Nissen watched the body fall to the floor. His head rumbled, his mouth tasted strange, and the rainbows flew in his eyes. But he saw a cloud of gray dust rise over Adderston's corpse. He wanted to rush to his friend, but the body refused to obey. Like a spectator in a virtual movie, Nissen watched with detachment as his body returned to the console, setting the ship's jump coordinates to a completely unknown point in space. He could not move a finger. Something had completely taken control of his body, disregarding the will of the former master, who had become a passive observer. The dust swirled over the terminal as his fingers typed the commands. The dust! Suddenly, Nissen understood everything. It was now clear to him what a mistake all Qatar explorers had made, wondering why the artifacts and ruins seemed to have been built for entirely different races, or why no traces of Qatar writing had ever been found. They did not need it, just like the Qatar-specific ships and cities. They could simply use what their slaves created. Such a small mistake. Nissen and Adderston didn't bother to disinfect the spacesuits. What could survive in a million-year-old ship? Only what this ship was built to preserve. Gray dust. The Qatars outsmarted everyone. Pretty damn smart for viruses.
The next story is Mushroom Hunt.
What the hell's going on with that damn bloody radar? Through the whine of the engines dragging the crawler out of muddy ravine, Bruno heard Noah's colourful, though low-tone profanity. The cyber monk from the conclave planet called Grace of God still retained, besides some useful implants, a rudimentary notion of decent speech. You can't just throw away a decade and a half of life in a cyber monastery. That meant Noah always lowered his voice whenever he started to pour out his rich stock of swearing. Bruno was curious to check where Noah had fallen when the crawler slid into the ravine, but the moment was too tense. The crawler was about to slip back, and the 4 view screens were next to useless. The vibro wipers had barely had time to shed the dirt before the cameras started to smudge again. Bruno drove the crawler more by instinct, intuitively guessing which pair of the 6 giant wheels should be turned and which should be revved up, so it had time to catch a patch of solid ground. The secondary flux intensity unit burned out. Lena's voice sounded muffled, on the edge of audibility. She was, as usual, almost waist-deep in one of the hardware cabinets, trying to find fault with a decrepit antique tester. Without the tachyon scanner, which prospectors used to call the radar, they could only rely on Bruno's driving skills and instincts. This method was only one step away from suicide in the jungles of the Electra. I'm going to check some more circuits, but it looks like this unit is the problem. And be so kind, Bruno, try not to flip us over, or I'll be cut in half by that damned slide door. Bruno didn't say a word. He wasn't in the mood for chit-chat. The crawler lurched to the top of the ravine, and the 2 forward wheels were almost off the ground. Bruno instantly reduced the speed on them to not tear up the ground on the edge of the precipice with their ribbed treads, and began gently, barely touching the sensitive control joysticks to add power to the remaining 4. The crawler crept up the slope with its nose 70 degrees to the horizon. Bruno held his breath. Even Noah behind him stopped cursing. Bruno increased the power as the middle pair of wheels came into contact with the slightly drier, denser ground at the top of the slope. The engines howled wildly. The crawler sprang forward, popped out of the ravine like a champagne cork, landed heavily in a thicket of thorn bushes, and rocked desperately on the springs damping the inertia of the fall. Bruno idled the engines, and the howling died to a faint background grunt. The joysticks suddenly seemed very slippery, so sweaty were his hands. He wiped his palms on his pants and leaned back on the shabby back of the driver's seat. "Oh, you," Noah said, and muttered something incomprehensible from his exclusive vocabulary. There was no anger in his voice, though. "Well, you should have at least warned me." Bruno shrugged and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be so abrupt. At least we got out of the ravine. He damn well knew it would be like this, but it would make no difference." "We got out, and that's what matters," Noah said. "Sort of farted out from this mud pit, heh?" "Hey guys," came Lena's voice again, sounding tenser. "If you have finished exchanging pleasantries, can you get me out of the closet? I think I broke something." Bruno turned on the external speakers, and the cabin filled with the dry crackling of the spike flowers, which, closing for the night, dumped the excess static. Fortunately, there was such an excellent grounding device as the Jabberwocky sticking out in the middle of the thicket. The crawler was equipped with several independent grounding systems, pulse dischargers, graphite nanosheets embedded in the wheels, and trivial iron chains dragging along the ground. Without this, no machinery, except maybe steam engines, would have lasted an hour on Electra, where everything dead or living, from the atmosphere to each blade of grass, was pumped with static electricity. Sometimes even all those precautions won't help, and bad things happen. The electronics burnt out, any fuses melted, and if you drove stupidly into a grove of scorchers, the collective discharge of these plant batteries could burn the crawler and the crew to the ground. That must have been what happened to Nikolaidis's drunken octopus last year. 2 weeks after its disappearance, a communications satellite picked up a burned area in the thick of the scorchers, just 30 kilometers from the fungi fields of the Hyperborean Plateau. Grandpa Nikolai must have wanted to take a shortcut to Aeolian Ascent, and either, for some reason, failed to request satellite electrical reconnaissance or simply neglected its results. However, it was still unclear why he did not turn away from the edge after the first scorchers were discharged. And the same thing may have happened to Shaggy Stevens' Sleipnir, which went missing earlier this season. Stevens simply did not return from an opening raid, and since he never revealed his roots, no one even knew where to look for his remains. Prospector boasted that he was going to take the motherlode mycelium, but nobody could know which way he chose. "So," Lena said, not lifting her head from the workbench, littered with burned units, all kinds of electronic scrap, and a miserable collection of the worn factory and homemade tools. "We burned pretty hard, but the bridge fuses worked properly, and the adjacent blocks survived. That's the good news." Noah chopsticked another portion of noodles into his mouth, sucked in with a whistle all the excess, which was not in his mouth in the first run, and swallowed almost without chewing. On the grace of God, the monks vowed to devour food quickly, to not take time away from prayer and spreading piety in cyberspace. Bruno suspected that the order would be happy to transfer its acolytes to intravenous nutrition, but the Magisters feared that the ordinary acolytes would completely lose touch with reality, turning into virtual zombies. "Okay, now give me the bad one," Noah said, tossing the disposable noodle bowl into the trash can. "Should I serve the eulogy now, or are we still holding out?" "We don't have a spare unit," Lena said, rummaging through the piles of electronic junk, occasionally wincing in pain. She hit hard with her ribcage against the comings of the closet. A nasty bruise, or maybe even a cracked rib. They wouldn't know for sure until they returned and got to a doctor. "So we'll have to resuscitate this one," I think I can do it in half an hour. It won't work very well, but it will. Even worse, there are only a few fuses left. 2 or 3 more big melts, and they'll run out. Then it's all over. Bruno glared at Noah. The cybermonk's eye implant pupils looked like 2 digital chasms. We took an extra 200, Bruno said. There didn't seem to be that many melts. Where did they all go? You took the pile of junk, not the fuses, said Lena tiredly. You didn't want to take me to the dealer but tried to outsmart him with your own stupid half-brains, you morons. Of those 200, maybe a quarter is solid. The rest are just pieces of red ceramic. Now we have about 3 dozen left. Maybe a little more. Bruno looked at Noah again. It was the cyber monk who had insisted that the 2 of them go out to get extra fuses and some other supplies, leaving Lena to deal with the pre-launch inspection of the Jabberwocky. It was hard to argue as Noah took care of almost all the expenses of organizing the raid. Bruno's contribution was his driving skills and his father's old crawler. Lena was bringing the derelict machine to working condition. They cleared their accounts down to the pure void of countless zeros. It was an all-in raid for them. I must rest. Tell me when it's ready, Noah said without expression, and his pupils tightened into lobed irises. Lena continued to work at the workbench, which immediately gave off a distinct whiff of soldering. There was nothing to do, and Bruno let himself relax a little. All the equipment of the mining crawlers incorporated a lot of fuses, connecting all electronic units. Without this cumbersome system, the first electric charge coming through the Jabberwocky's protection would have raced through the circuits, burning out everything in its path. Such discharges came from the electrified jungle every now and then. Prospectors called it the Green Wall, the lush Paleozoic thickets surrounding all myceliums with almost impenetrable natural fortifications. The only way to get to the precious crystal mushrooms was to fight through a swampy green mess that constantly fired electric discharges at you. Flying in Electra's atmosphere was impossible. It was a certified electrical hell, constantly flashing with powerful thunderstorms like a broken planet-size stroboscope. The orbital shuttles could only take off and land at the poles, where zones of relative electrical tranquility had formed by some whim of local nature. Radio communication was as predictable as a roll of dice. You could never guess whether your signal would break through it. Crawler raids were also almost as dangerous. You could catch a supercharge from which no protection would help. You could lose your navigation equipment and wander through the jungle until you ran out of food, fuses, or fuel. You could get stuck in a swamp, fall into a cave, into a river, or, as Jabberwocky just did, slide into a muddy ravine. The death rate among prospectors was close to 30%. Only the most skilled and lucky survived. Bruno was lucky. He already had 8 raids on his list. Noah was the only one among the living prospectors who went mushroom hunting more than Bruno. He had already made through 11. The last few raids for both of them were empty, though. The gathered crystal mushrooms didn't even cover the expenses, so they decided to go all in, going on a raid to the most dangerous and therefore potentially rich mycelium in the Aeolian Plateau, the Great Mycelium, the Motherlode. And now they barely had enough fuses left for the return trip, and the plateau was still 2 days away. Lena put down the tools and held the freshly assembled unit. "Well," she said, "let's put this stuff in place, and off we go. The question is, where to?" Noah moved, and his pupils dilated. "Make a course on the 48th beacon," he said, turning to Bruno. "Maybe we can contact Orbiter and ask for a parcel." He reached out, pulled the silver cable from his chair, and plugged the connector into the socket on his neck. Bruno clicked a few toggle switches and took hold of the joysticks, while Lena slammed the repaired unit back into place. Crawler was stubbornly pushing through the jungle, crushing the grassy giants that were constantly pelting the Jabberwocky with bursts of static discharges. The defenses have held up so far. Noah's sophisticated implants allowed them to use the cheapest scanner and the rudimentary data processing unit. Noah did all the processing, displaying a perfect image on the screen. The terrain 100 meters ahead. Big trunks, clusters of scorchers, as clear as the best scanner you can buy. If it hadn't been for Noah, the screen would have been a hellish mishmash of blurry images and lines. The scanner captured everything, down to every thorn and pothole. These implants chained Noah to Electra more securely than any shackles. Most Federation planets demanded that such enhancements be either licensed or removed to get a residence permit. Having escaped the grace of God, Noah made his way illegally to Electra with the smugglers, but got stuck. Both orbital stations were controlled by the Federation customs. Removing the Order's implants was impossible, and the license cost insane amounts of money. Noah was already in his 4th year of Prospector's Roulette, but the cherished sum was as far away as the Andromeda Galaxy. The Federation was suspicious about cyber monks trying to settle down on its core planets, and the money was the best civilized excuse to keep them out. Lena, an orphan who had spent her childhood in the workshop owned by Bruno's father, was a very talented technician. She dreamed of going to a major university and becoming an engineer. Without startup capital, her chances of doing so were nil. The times of equal opportunities were somewhere in the same place as the pharaohs of the Third Dynasty and the First Moon Republic. Her first 2 raids had barely covered the expenses. She had nowhere to go back to. Everything was sold, even the shabby house on the outskirts of Northern Settlement. Bruno wondered why he was here. He had no desire to go anywhere, no ambition to do anything but drive a crawler through the wild jungles of the Green Wall. True, soon the last of the myceliums would die, and the biologists would learn to cultivate crystal mushrooms, but until that happened, he would sit behind the joysticks of the Jabberwocky. "I see the beacon," Noah said. "Estimated time of contact is 16 minutes. Can you cut it a bit?" Bruno nodded, instantly realizing Noah couldn't see him. The cybermonk's visual cortex was now transmitting data from the scanner. If they managed to break through the atmosphere static with the powerful beacon antenna, contact the orbital station, and request a parcel, a small disposable lander with fuses, they might hope to make it to the plateau. Otherwise, they would have little chance of ever returning. Finally, Jabberwocky broke out with the engine howling on a small glade. In the middle of it was the beacon, a massive 60-meter metal harpoon dropped from the satellite and deeply embedded in the soil. The top of it was crowned by a flirty hat of a powerful antenna, and somewhere in its core were several containers of radioactive material, a radar target for scanners. But it wasn't the beacon that instantly caught the attention of all 3 prospectors. An 8-wheeled crawler, already covered in sparkling lichen, was standing beside it. Through the greenish overgrowth, an image of an 8-legged horse was visible on the side of the crawler. "It's Sleipnir," Lena said. She stuck her head between Bruno's and Noah's chairs, looking at the front view screen. "Oh my God. So they are here. Stevens and Torstein and—" Her voice broke off. The 3rd crew member of Sleipnir was Sven Kritten. Lena and Sven wanted to get married and go off to university together. Noah pulled the cable out from the neck, and his face immediately appeared human. "The hatches are open," he said. "We should go take a look." Noah and Lena went to inspect the Sleipnir. Bruno, as was customary with prospectors, remained at the controls. The driver was the most indispensable part of the team. Noah transmitted the picture from his eye implants to the crawler. It was possible at such close distances and away from the electric thickets. Bruno watched what was happening, switching the image to a small black and white screen they had installed for such rare occasions. It was obvious that the crawler had been here for a long time. Electra had no noticeable fauna, but the vegetation had already begun to conquer the interior of the Sleipnir. Bruno looked through the eyes of Noah at the picture of growing desolation. "Come down, it's safe," Noah said. Bruno heard the footsteps as Lena descended the gangway. "Where are they?" Lena came into view. "Did you find them?" "Sort of," said Noah. "You can see for yourself. I'm sorry. Let's go check around." The image rotated and moved to the cabin of the crawler. There was less vegetation there, but the impression of desolation remained. Noah moved his head from side to side, looking around. The engineers' and drivers' chairs were empty, but the navigators— "Oh God!" Lena rushed up from behind Noah. "Sven, no!" She swung the chair around, and her helmet light flashed through the darkness, uncovering the face of a dried-up corpse, horrible, surrounded by scalding black locks of hair. "It's not Crichton," Noah said. "It's Shaggy Stevens." Lena knelt down beside the dead man. "Noah, look, he shot himself." In a patch of light, Bruno saw the gun on the floor and a neat black hole in the corpse's forehead. Lena carefully pulled a piece of paper from the dead man's breast pocket and read it. "There's nothing more to wait for. Thorstein and Sven are gone. Choke on it, you bastard, if you find it." She turned to Noah. "What does that mean?" "Apparently their crawler broke down, and they couldn't contact the orbital station," Noah said. "So they decided to kill themselves. I'm sorry, Lena." Lena stared into Noah's face. From how the image on the screen changed, Bruno realized that Noah's eye implant filters had kicked in, cutting out the bright light of the flashlight. "They took their chances to get to the mother lode," Noah said, "but failed at the last moment." Lena turned sharply. The image flickered and faded for a moment. Then, when the picture cleared again, Noah was on his way to follow Lena, who was peering into the cargo hold. "My God," came Lena's trembling voice. I've never seen such a crop. There are millions here, tens of millions." The light of Noah's headlamp flashed from behind Lena's shoulder, and Bruno saw what she was looking at. The spacious, twice as big as on the Jabberwocky, cargo compartment of the Sleipnir was crammed with vacuum packs of sparkling iridescent contents, the spore-bearing part of crystal mushrooms. An unsurpassed neurostimulator and revitalizer with no side effects, whose fame was spreading across the galaxy at about the same rate as its supply on Electra was running out. A couple of dozen kilograms of it was considered a very successful haul. There were several tons of it here. "Stevens has a big family," Lena said quietly. "So does Thorstein. We have to give it to them. We'll pack it into Jabberwocky and bring it back home. They deserve it." The image twitched a little. Bruno realized that Noah had shaken his head. "I don't think so," Cybermonk said. "I'm sorry, Lena." Lena turned around. "We have to!" she shouted. The image twitched again. "No." Bruno was petrified in his chair. Something terrible was happening in the dead Sleipnir, but he didn't understand what, and more importantly, he didn't know what to do. What were they talking about? Was Noah out of his mind? Lena slowly handed Noah a scrap of paper, the Shaggy Stevens suicide note. "There's one more phrase here," she said. "The last one. It says, 'Damn you, Noah.'" "I was damned a long time ago," Noah said slowly. "I'm sorry." A shot rang out, and Lena dropped down like a puppet with the strings cut off. A hand appeared in Noah's field of vision with a gun, the same weapon Stevens had shot himself with. "Wow, it worked," Noah said. Good stuff, solid. He looked at Lena, dead, lying by the spore stack, and threw the gun on the floor. Pity it came to this, but I need this crop for myself. Bruno stared at the screen in silence. Can you hear me? Noah asked. Don't you get too downhearted. You're a tough boy, and smart too. Your share will be enough to get out of this bloody dynamo hell of a planet. We'll load the crop and figure out what to tell about this on our way back. Bruno didn't say anything. Lost your words, eh? That's all right. You'll wake up. Once we start loading the spores, I promise you'll be alive and kicking. Bruno was silent. His hands wandered aimlessly over the control panel until they finally grasped the control joysticks as if they were lifelines. Noah began to climb out of the dead crawler as he spoke. You think I'm some sort of cold-blooded bastard? No, I'm sorry. I really am. She was a nice girl. I'm even sorry about that jerk, Stevens. I was the one who intercepted his signal to the orbiter. He told me all about the accident and the harvest. He promised half to whoever got him out. I promised to save him. And then I burned out the antenna on the beacon. I can't make it with the half, you see. 3/4 is another matter. 1/4 of 30 million is enough for you, kiddo. He jumped off the Sleipnir's outer ramp and onto the soft ground, turning to the Jabberwocky. Come on, bring the crawler up. We'll load up. You're a smart guy, I know. Bruno gripped his joysticks so hard that his joints hurt. No, he said. I'm very stupid. The engines roared furiously, and Bruno saw on the small screen, through Noah's eyes, how the Jabberwocky's giant wheels spurted fountains of soil. And then the massive machine leaped forward rapidly, just as they had in the ravine, and instantly obscured his entire field of vision. Then, like an ancient battering ram, the car slammed violently into the side of the Sleipnir, right where Noah stood. The cyber monk barely had time to blink with his implants. Bruno sat in the ringing silence for a few seconds, then stood up, pulled on his safe suit, and climbed out of the Jabberwocky. Ignoring what was stuck in the mangled metal between the two crawlers, Bruno climbed aboard the Sleipnir, climbed down the gangway, and opened the hatch to the flamethrower turret without looking into the cargo bay. He disconnected the feed hose from the nozzle and threw it down. It was just long enough to reach the threshold of the cargo bay. Bruno unscrewed the valve, and a puddle of thick lilac sludge immediately started splashing across the floor. Bruno walked carefully to avoid stepping into the pool and exited the crawler again. Removing the flare from the safe suit belt, he set the ignite delay for 3 minutes and threw the flare down into the hatch, where the flammable mixture was gurgling from the hose. Then he climbed back into the Jabberwocky and yanked it out of the corroded side of the Sleipnir with a screech. As a mighty column of fierce orange flame erupted from the dead crawler's open hatch, Bruno turned the Jabberwocky around and drove into the electric inferno of the green wall.
The next story is The Savior.
Consciousness returned slowly, as if floating through an opaque, viscous liquid. Some part of his mind was methodically marking each stage of this surfacing. The first scrappy general memories. He's sitting in the seat of a spaceship, waiting for something incredibly important to happen. Is he an astronaut? A pilot? A new stage. He's at school, then the flight academy, and the Open Space Fleet Extraterrestrial Program training camp. Another one. An older man in uniform shakes his hand and says, "Congratulations, Christian. You are the primary pilot of contact. Oh, his name is Christian." Stage. There's a countdown in his headphones. He presses a button. Stage. The universe explodes in his head. "Major Frelser, can you hear me?" Stage, a voice from somewhere outside. Christian, how nice to have a name, struggled to open his eyelids, and a bright light hit his eyes. He had to shut his eyes again and peer cautiously through his lashes. With each new bit of external information, his memory returned to him, his awareness of his surroundings. A soft, comfortable bed, light-colored walls, and a rack of sophisticated equipment next to the bed. He is in a hospital room. Standing beside him is a man in loose but practical clothes, apparently a doctor. "I'm glad you're awake," the man says. "My name is Dr. Koltsov. I am your attending physician." His smile was pleasant, heartfelt, and friendly. "Although, to tell the truth, there's not much to treat you for. All of your vitals are normal, and the few abnormalities we've seen disappeared as soon as you started to regain consciousness." Christian looked at him and felt the friendliness and care in the doctor's mind. The curve on the screen, which Christian saw out of the corner of his eye, showed an abrupt small peak, and Christian instantly felt a slight note of concern in the general background of the doctor's emotions when Koltsov's gaze flickered to the readings of the device. However, the curve immediately returned to the standard amplitude, and the dark tones in the doctor's aura instantly evaporated. "That's an interesting effect," Christian thought. "I guess the psyche must still be acting up after—" Oh shit. His lips parted and moved awkwardly as if they were strangers. "Doctor, tell me," Christian said with difficulty. "What happened to me? Was I unconscious? How long before I was picked up?" Koltsov looked at him thoughtfully. Christian felt again the edges of the warm cloud of the doctor's aura darken with the coldness of worry and indecision. "Come on, speak up," Christian thought, and suddenly realized that the coldness had immediately melted away. "Actually, we were thinking of telling you later, when you've settled in a bit," said Koltsov. "But I can see now that this is an unnecessary precaution." He looked intently into Christian's face. "The thing is, after contact with Pilgrim, we lost your ship, lost it for a long time." "For how long?" Christian asked, trying hard to keep the traitorous tremor out of his voice. Dr. Koltsov sighed. 283 years, he said. "It was a great surprise, and a happy one, I can assure you, when your ship suddenly appeared near the moon. We're glad you're alive, but I'm afraid everyone you once knew is long dead." The doctor's aura was still full of warm friendliness, but Christian felt a coldness that came from within, from his heart. He wanted to scream but had no strength, so he just closed his eyes, repeating to himself, "Leave me alone." The blood was rushing in his ears, but not so much that he couldn't hear the doctor's footsteps hurrying out of the room. Complete understanding started to come after a few days. Christian had never been religious and didn't believe in mystical nonsense like soul transmigration, astral bodies, and auras. When the object Alpha suddenly appeared on the solar system's outskirts, all sorts of weird cults went crazy. Everyone thought it was the long-awaited Messiah, except those who believed that the Antichrist came to visit. The name Pilgrim was quickly attached to the object. Christian had thought it was all nonsense and madness, but now he could see people's auras. Moreover, he realized that he could control people by influencing those auras. At first, he was frightened, thinking that he had finally gone mad and could not distinguish reality from the fruits of a crippled psyche. But then, his memories began to return to him. Pilgrim was a colossal object of obvious artificial origin, a giant lens with a constantly changing albedo. That's how it was discovered, because Pilgrim did not emit any radiation except for reflected light, and, the most paradoxical, it seemed that it had no mass. However, it was comparable to Mercury and large satellites of giant planets in size. But when scientists thought of documenting all the changes in Pilgrim's albedo, and it turned out that there was a logical structure, it became clear that it was necessary to prepare an expedition. It was unknown where Pilgrim came from. When discovered, it was already in orbit around the Sun, between the orbits of Pluto and Neptune. The first probes were sent to it from the Neptune Gamma orbital base, and the world froze in anticipation, which ended in nothing. After reaching Pilgrim, the probes disappeared. Finally, the scientists finished analyzing Pilgrim's albedo changes, and the stunned world suddenly realized Pilgrim was talking. His message was a single phrase, repeated in all Earth's languages, including even those long dead and known only to a few specialists. Linguists were ecstatic. If they compare all the fragments, they would learn what the speech of the Sumerians, ancient Egyptians, and Etruscans really sounded like. But these were minor details, because what mattered was the phrase itself. "I've been waiting for a human." Preparation, approvals, and selection took a lot of time, but much less than if it was some ordinary expedition to the Oort cloud. Humanity was hypnotized, waiting for a triumph of science. Contact. Finally, after all those years of anticipation and disbelief, as Christian's memory returned, a parallel, much more powerful process was going on in his mind. He was controlling the medical staff almost automatically, playing on their auras, as a skilled musician creates a complex melody by touching the piano's keys with seeming ease and carelessness. For the first couple of days, Dr. Koltsov refused to give him access to the latest information, insisting that Christian was still too weak. But by the third day, it took a barely perceptible effort on Christian's part to get the doctor to relent. The network access device was a small, palm-sized thin tablet. Text and images were projected as a hologram. When Christian asked if there wasn't some more private way to roam the net, the doctor explained that most people had special implants in their eyes. Everything was projected directly onto their retinas, but it required surgery and would take some time, so Christian would have to do without them for now. Christian sent Koltsov away. He didn't know if any surveillance had been set up for patients like him, but decided it wasn't that important. If anything, he could always tweak the opinions of those who might not like Major Frelser's behavior. But why should he? He's not doing anything wrong. He just wants to know what's been happening in the world for almost 3 centuries. The first thing he did was to request all information about contact, but he learned nothing new. After approaching Pilgrim, his ship disappeared, as did all the automated probes, and a few hours later, Pilgrim himself disappeared as well. Christian was mourned as a hero by the entire solar system population. No one doubted that the astronaut had died. Pilgrim's visit remained an unsolved mystery, and to this day, scientists have puzzled over the meaning of this visit. Christian's own memories also were vague. In fact, there was only one memory. He flew up close to Pilgrim so that the enormous, slowly shimmering lens blocked his view, and then an incredible shock struck him. No, it was more like an indescribable explosion from inside his mind, as if he had traveled to the universe's birthplace and the Big Bang had occurred in his brain. For an elusive instant, it was as if he had become the universe itself, but he had no time to realize it or to be horrified. After that, there was oblivion and complete darkness, immediately replaced by awakening in a hospital room. Only the memory loss and gradual recovery made it seem like the unconsciousness had some subjective duration. Still, it was as if Christian's consciousness had been switched off and then on again. For him, the flight to Pilgrim had taken place only a few days ago. Christian began to review the solar system's history in the years since the date of contact. Not much had changed in the human race, he thought. Yes, humans had stopped fighting, learn not to destroy their home planet's ecology, and extensively spread out over the system, building orbital cities. The project of Mars terraforming began about a century ago, but it will take several more centuries before the red planet will be suitable for life without domes. However, humans never made it to the stars. 2 expeditions to Barnard's star had failed, and occasionally there was talk of preparing a new one, but no genuine efforts. The reason was simple. Humanity was still politically fragmented, and instead of pooling efforts and resources, everyone was desperately bargaining and scheming for preferential treatment and benefits for a single nation. Christian leafed through the databases and directories, only marginally aware that he was absorbing and processing data at a speed that even the best computers had not been capable of in the days of contact. As he built up a complete picture of the world, probably more comprehensive than any human or computer ever had, he saw his future plan of action more and more clearly. Contact with Pilgrim had not been in vain. The mysterious object had given Christian incredible abilities. Christian must use them to help his descendants. It was time for humanity to take a decisive step forward, and he, Major Christian Frelser, had a duty to ensure the success of that step. It didn't take much effort to convince Dr. Koltsov that there was no longer any need to keep Frelser in the hospital. It was done with a tiny touch to the doctor's mental aura. Of course, all the world leaders dreamed of talking to Christian, the man who had been in contact with Pilgrim, as it was an easy way to score good political points. Great, he'll meet with all of them. Let them show off, shake his hand in front of the journalists. He will smile, nod, and quietly do his job. Of course, he can't reveal the truth. At best, he will be put away in the deepest underground bunker, with the best scientific intentions, of course. At worst, he'll be declared a dangerous megalomaniac. No, he must proceed secretly and carefully. When he was in school, he had read a sci-fi book in which there was this almost eternal robot that could influence people's thoughts. And this robot cared for and protected all of humanity, leading it to prosperity. This is it, the role that awaits Christian, though he would not last forever. But he hoped that he could do enough to set the right vector of development for mankind. Having changed into strange but comfortable clothes that the hospital staff had brought him, he went outside and got into an air car. The first stop on his way would be a meeting with the president of the Pan-European Federation, Anita Jimenez Johnson. Christian smiled and rushed towards his great secret mission. I realize that you are absolutely right, Victor, but somewhere in the back of my mind, I still think we should have told him. Dr. Koltsov looked at the dark-skinned, fair-haired woman sitting across from him. She was thoughtfully fiddling with a tall glass of amber liquid, a fiery wine from Mitsar 9. Anita Jimenez had once been his best student. No wonder she'd been the first to support his plan at the World Council despite her doubts. I wish we had that opportunity, Koltsov said. Unfortunately, all estimates show that poor Christian could not take the blow. And we owe him a huge debt. Unpayable debt, must I say. Our plan is the least we can do for him. In fact, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Anita nodded. Talking aloud was a pure formality. Mental communication was faster, easier, and more efficient. But mankind was in no hurry to part with the tool that had made them intelligent. Intelligent enough to be ready for contact. The people over 300 years old, those born before the Pilgrim's contact, were primarily in the habit of speaking aloud. Mankind never knew what Pilgrim was. A god, a super-evolved sentient species, or some advanced AI built by ancient civilization. He remained in history not as an object, but rather as a turning point, after which the development of civilization went in a completely different direction and at a different speed. And everyone knew what part Major Christian Frelser had played in that. When Pilgrim had taken over Frelser's ship, he had used the pilot's mind as a prototype, studying it as thoroughly as possible, down to the quantum level, and then, based on the data he had obtained, had in some unfathomable way produced a shift in the minds of all humanity. And each person was left with a clear mental imprint of the original specimen, Christian's mind, as a reminder to whose sacrifice they owed their newfound greatness. Frelser was presumed dead until recently when his ship suddenly appeared in orbit around the moon. But the rescuers who found the unconscious pilot immediately determined that Frelser's mind shift was far weaker than the rest of humanity. The decision was difficult. "Do you think he'll join the next ship to Barnard?" Anita asked. "I'm sure he will. Judging by the manipulations he was trying to make, that's his main goal." Koltsov grinned. "Apart from uniting humanity, of course." "Well, yes," Anita nodded thoughtfully. "He tried to give me two imperatives: to launch a large hyperdrive development program in the Federation and to start negotiations with the Asian Union and the Western Congregation on a merger. Look, who was it that came up with those stupid names?" Koltsov rubbed his nose in embarrassment. "It was me. As the chief regulator of Project Savior, I had to develop the basic plot for Christian. To be honest, I pulled them from old sci-fi novels. The main thing is that it all sounded convincing to the Major." Anita was silent for a moment. "Yes, that's probably the main thing," she said finally. "I suppose you're right. The truth would have broken him, to be the last simpleton in a world of geniuses. And mortal in a world where no one else dies of old age," Koltsov added. "That too. It's such a shame we can't rebuild Christian's genetics. Oh, why Pilgrim hasn't finished rebuilding him." Anita finished her wine in one gulp and set the glass on the table. "Well, we have no shortage of volunteers. Everyone wants to give back at least a little of what we owe." "You know," said Koltsov, "I keep thinking, maybe that was Pilgrim's intention? Not to make us smarter and stronger, not to give us the galaxy, but to teach us." "The gratitude," Anita finished, and looked at the wall screen on which a happy Christian Frelser was speaking to another gathering of influential politicians, students of theater studios, and actors of amateur theaters. The savior of mankind had a lot of work ahead of him. They would take care of it.
The next story is Heart of the Serpent.
Alvear looked at the faces of the men standing along the ship's sides, and a complex mixture of emotions he had never known before washed over him. There was pride, fear, and bravado mixed with the distant, just approaching notes of a formidable battle rage. Of course, it was all about the strangeness of what was happening. Even though he had been in a few raids on neighboring settlements, Naumdal and Ere, all of them were more or less ordinary fights with the warriors, pretty much like his relatives and friends from Sundvik. When everyone knows in advance how everybody will be armed, who is ready to fight, and who would prefer to get away with paying a gelding. People are people. You know what to expect from them. And if the fight turns out to be fierce against expectations, well, all the more glory. But when you go on a campaign to fight the Serpent Jormungand himself, it is no longer up to the usual thoughts and expectations. "The main thing you must remember, Alvear," his father told him yesterday, This is the day for which all of us live. All are equal before Jormungand, and any quarrels we may have are nothing compared to what is to come. So be prepared to fight shoulder to shoulder with those who swore vengeance on you and those you swore vengeance on. Do you understand? Alvir nodded silently. Other chieftains and noble bonds, followed by many men, liked to rant about the will of the gods in Valhalla and how the only fate worthy of a man was a seat at the Allfather's table. But his father usually preferred to stick to simple, down-to-earth talk that even the most shallow and peaceful workers, who might never have the chance to take up arms, could understand. And though Alvir was not of ordinary folk, but rather the son of an influential jarl and the nephew of one of the wisest of Sundvik's lawgivers, Gudrod the Silent, he knew that, thanks to his father, Jarl Sigvald, even the lowest of milkers or water carriers would take up arms and fight to the last breath for his chief if the need arose. And so it was. It was time for another march to the Serpent, Jormungand. All the warriors had already loaded onto the ship, and the helmsman, having retired to a special room on the bow, began their magic to ensure a safe passage to where the Ledang of the Four Folks was to fight the Serpent. Alvir had once dreamed of becoming a helmsman as a child, but he had not been accepted. He did not possess the proper talent for sorcery. Now he was glad of that, for helmsmen never got off ships, and with very few exceptions, they did not take part in fights, for they were too few, and without them, no one would be able to bring the ship home. The shield at Alvir's feet, painted black and red, the colors of Jarl Sigvald, swayed, catching the scabbard of his sword. Alvir felt the deck shudder more and more, and then the tremors gradually accelerated into an almost indistinguishable shudder. The Red Vulture, Sigvald's ship, departed. Alvir knew that two other ships had left for Jormungand simultaneously, the Swan of Jarl Asmund of Naumdal and the Arrow of Jarl Hjalmar of Uppsala. Rogaland's Jarl Haki had not repaired his bull by the deadline, so his warriors were distributed among all three ships, and Jarl himself joined Asmund, who had the largest ship. 3 ships and nearly 200 men against the greatest monster Midgard had ever seen. Of course, Ragnarok had not yet come, but nobody can cheat his fate. If it demanded that the world serpent be fought sooner, then so be it. Alvir knew that the chiefs chose the date to go to Jormungand for a reason. Only once, every few dozen years, the world serpent was in a place where ships could get quickly. Still, the magic required for this was so powerful that those of the helmsmen who were weaker in spirit often went mad or ended their lives altogether. Even though they did not die with weapons in their hands, as befitted true warriors, they were buried with all due honors, not sparing sacrifices and property so that they would not appear before the guards of Valhalla empty-handed, like worthless rogue vagabonds. Alvir made himself as comfortable on the bench as the stiff armor allowed, leaned against the ship's side, and prepared to wait. Today, the helmsman had predicted that the journey would take only half a day, and what was half a day to a patient, experienced warrior? When the ram-equipped prow of the Red Vulture gouged the side of the Jormungand, and the warriors ran down the gangway into the belly of the beast, Alvir did not rush to the front of the line. He was still young, and among the leading men were those who had taken part in the last campaign 36 years ago. No amount of training and raids could replace the actual experience of fighting trolls, Zwerg, and other servants of the world serpent. As for glory, it was a long and dangerous journey to their goal, and there was enough glory to go around. With large rune swords, not good in close combat because of their size, but perfectly suitable for cutting through the flesh of Jormungand, the foremost warriors cut through the partition of the outer chamber, then widened the opening, and the Vikings, slamming their helmets shut, poured into the opened cave. 3 of them, skillful in sorcery, though less sophisticated than the helmsmen who remained on the ship, determined the direction using their talismans. The party moved there, leaving watch every 120 paces, so as not to be caught unaware by an attack from the rear. The first trolls attacked them after about 1,000 paces. The hideous humanoid creatures did not move very fast, but felt no pain and had considerable strength. To stop a troll, it was necessary to literally chop it to pieces. The Vikings had no trouble with the first 2, but then they were attacked by 6 at once from different directions, and the group began to suffer losses. A huge troll, nearly a man and a half tall, crashed into the Viking formation and smashed through the shield wall like a giant boulder rolling down a steep slope. Several spears were thrust into him, and the scattered men jumped up and began to chop the beast with swords and axes until it collapsed, pouring a slimy green slurry that replaced its blood. Alas, not everyone recovered from the blow. 2 men were left lying with fractured skulls, and several others with broken arms, legs, and ribs were forced to head back to the ship because they could no longer fight in the formation with others. Alvir knew that the men from the other ships were also cutting their way through the belly of the beast now, but no one, not even the wisest of sorcerers, could predict who would have the best luck. Perhaps, if it was the Allfather's will, all 3 squads would return with the spoils. They would soon find out. Obeying the sorcerer's instructions, the party turned into a narrower tunnel. Alvir wondered if it was Jormungand's entrails, or some other unknown organ, where the trolls could not squeeze through because of their size. But people had to stretch too, because only 2 or 3 people could walk side by side in the tunnel. And that was dangerous, because from the barely visible side branches that looked like cramped dens, vile creatures such as Alvir had never seen before popped out into the tunnel. Shapeless balls of moving tentacles about the knee of a grown man rushed at the Vikings' feet, entangling them and toppling the warriors, then piled up in large numbers, literally burying the fallen under them. Passing by a Viking who had fallen victim to such an attack, his friends had slashed all the creatures that attacked him, but it was too late. Alvir saw the broken helmet visor and the whiteness of the skull bones. The flesh of the unfortunate man had been devoured in a matter of moments. However, Alvir's father, Jarl Sigvald, ordered that the bodies of the slain should be left behind. There was no time to waste. They would pick them up on the way back if they could. They reached their goal after about an hour, which Alvir knew would be forever etched in his memory. He would tell his children about the campaign, of course, and the skalds would probably write many poems of the Vikings' valor, and the exploits of the survivors and the dead would become the basis for sagas. But nothing will be able to convey the fury of the warriors and their sorrow for their dead comrades, and terrible creatures, wave after wave, rushing upon the detachment with only one purpose: to kill, not to let people even one step forward. But the men endured and broke through. In the spacious hall, a relatively small, about the size of a barrel of ale, clot pulsed and shimmered on a dais of world serpent's flesh. Alvir could sense, even from a distance, what great power lay hidden within that clot. The heart of Jormungand. It was the main and only goal of the quest. The magic power exuded by the heart of the world serpent was the only thing that could save the settlements of the Northmen from the fierce cold of Ginnungagap, and there was nothing more glorious for any man than to participate in a quest for the source of Jormungand's power, and to whom it was destined to return with victory, and to whom to fall in battles with the uncleanness that served the world serpent. Only the Norns know, and certainly no one can neither predict nor change. The way back to the ship was surprisingly quiet. One of the sorcerers had said that the loss of the heart would exhaust Jormungand's guards, and so it was. The trolls tried to attack only a few times, but their movements were sluggish and slow, so they were cut down without much difficulty or loss. Still, Alvir only felt safe when the 4 men, chosen for their endurance, carried the heart stretcher aboard the Red Vulture, and the ship set sail, heading back to their homeland of Sundvik. Only some of the families of the Northmen will meet their kin returned from the campaign. It does not matter, for those who died have gained great glory and seats at the All-Father's table, and each of the Filk will remember this as they prepare to one day set out on a new quest for the heart of the Serpent. Look, Rajesh, I get it. A major accident on a bioorbital almost ready for sale is a big deal. But was it really worth it to come all the way out there and then waste a lot of energy on a hyperlink? Arvind Kejriwal, the 3rd production manager of Amrita Biorbital Limited, stared irritably at the hyperlink screen. Emergency engineer Rajesh Shivashankara was staring back at him from the screen, and there was not an ounce of remorse in the young technician's gaze. But there was something in it that Arvind, who knew Rajesh well, they had been friends for several years, had not seen for a long time, the childish delight of learning, the pure joy of meeting the unknown. "Don't be so boring," Rajesh said. "You have no idea what we have encountered here, and when you'll know, you will be as amazed as I was." Arvind sighed. "Don't tell me we're going to miss the delivery deadline by a lot," he said. "That's the last thing we need. What the hell happened in there? Did the engineering department make a big mistake and the bioorbital went out of orbit and got hit by a stray comet? Was it attacked by ravenous bug-eyed monsters from a parallel universe? Or had it been hijacked by dashing space pirates from retarded adventure holo shows?" To his surprise, Rajesh did not take offense at the snide tirade, but nodded his head, smiling cheerfully. "You have no idea how close to the truth you came with your last guess," he said, winking. "We're not going to miss the deadline, by my calculations. The bioorbital has almost healed the damage. Maybe a week at the most. That's within the terms of the standard contract." Arvind scratched his forehead in puzzlement. "Then why are you making such a fuss?" he asked. "You could have submitted a standard report. Telemetry would have sufficed for that, not an expensive flight with GS sessions. Or did you just want to drive around the system on the company's dime? Well, I must warn you that the financial department is probably—" Arvind stopped talking. Suddenly, the meaning of Rajesh's strange remark came to him. "Wait a minute. What are you talking about? What do you mean I am close to the truth?" Rajesh was smirking on the screen. "The neural network of 3 sectors of the bioorbital was damaged in the incident," he said. "But I managed to revive a few of the mnemonic clusters. Of course, there are almost no optical sensors inside the bioorbital, and why would there be? And all information from the outer ones has been surprisingly erased. But the second quadrant's sub-brain, clever boy, hastily adapted a few service drones to transmit optical data, so they were able to film the attackers before they cut the drones down." Arvind opened his mouth, then closed it again. "What do you mean, cut them down?" he asked, after a long, stunned pause. "What attackers? Are you stoned out of your mind or something?" "I knew you would not believe me. That's why I called you on the hyperlink," said Rajesh. "I wouldn't have believed it myself, so here's the tape." His swarthy face disappeared from the screen, and after a brief pause filled with a flicker of background noise, another one suddenly appeared in its place. Arvind was staring through the transparent visor of an old spacesuit, an antique, 300 years old, no less. Arvind, an avid collector, noted to himself. He saw the light blue eyes burning with the adrenaline storm of the battle on a white-skinned, freckled face framed by a thick red beard. On the perimeter of the helmet's visor was a chain of strange marks drawn in red paint, consisting of vertical and diagonal lines, runes, memory suggested, digging into the remnants of school knowledge on history. In his left hand, the warrior held a large round shield made of some light alloy. The shield was divided into 4 red-blue sectors, with a chain of black runes along the edge and a small semicircular bulge in the middle of the shield, slightly larger than a fist. Behind the back of the strange man in the spacesuit, the space of the bioorbital service corridor was visible. The reddish luminescent lighting made it clear that this was the power unit of the second quadrant, which had been damaged. While Arvind was trying to figure out where the intruders could have come from on the bioorbital, the man in the antique spacesuit raised his right hand, holding a sword, Arvind realized, because the next moment, the glittering blade fell directly on the screen so that the manager involuntarily recoiled. The image went out. A second later, a satisfied Rajesh appeared on the screen again. They had come in 3 ships, ancient prospector ion coffins, clumsy, slow, and as reliable as a sledgehammer. The bioorbital's anti-meteorite system didn't work, of course, because they should not fire at ships. Plus, they'd somehow suppressed almost all external tracking systems. They rammed the second quadrant near the power unit and landed a boarding party. Arvind sat in silence, trying to digest what he had just seen and heard, thinking that against the background of such events, the insane cost of hyperlinks didn't matter much. "Do you have any idea where they came from and what they were after?" he finally asked Rajesh, who had patiently waited for the conversation to continue. "Of course," said Rajesh. "I think they are descendants of some miners from dispersion, maybe even earlier, from the old Earth, when there were still plenty of people living there. Probably been sitting somewhere on Callisto, or in the belt ever since. No one's been out there for hundreds of years. It's a wilderness. So they sort of regressed, all the way back to the Viking era. The first settlers must have come from Scandinavia." Arvind shook his head. He was fond of history, and Rajesh's explanation sounded logical. But bioorbital is not a monastery or a palace of some prince," Arvind said. "What could be looted there?" Rajesh smiled. "I can answer that question with absolute certainty," he said. "They dismantled 3 fusion bioreactors and took them away with them. They must have gotten a little cold on the outer satellites over the centuries, so they went to get new stoves. As for how they find out they could get them on bioorbital and where bioorbital could be found." He spread his hands. "Wait a minute." Arvind covered his eyes, remembering. "I think I'm beginning to understand. 15 years ago, Ikeda Technologies had some kind of accident in a bioorbital sanctuary. Of course, they tried to sweep it all under the rug. You know those Japanese, the main thing is to save face at any cost. But the rumors were so wild that no one believed them anyway. Allegedly, aliens or space pirates robbed or hijacked one of their bioorbitals. In fact, everyone thought that the Japanese themselves had spread those rumors to cover up some major screw-up of their own." Rajesh chuckled. "I guess it wasn't a rumor at all," he said. "And space pirates really do exist, and what a lot of them, real Vikings, sons of Valhalla or whatever." He was silent momentarily, then asked more seriously, "So, what do you think? What should we do?" Arvind did not answer right away, thinking. "I'll have to report to the board of directors, of course," he said finally, "without making too much noise. I don't want to alarm the public, and especially not the customers. But the board won't like the fact that our bioorbitals can be gutted by some space Vikings. We'll have to present them with a plan of action. Can you figure out where they came from?" he asked. "Why bother?" Rajesh asked. "We can just pull all the bioorbitals to orbits closer to the sun, and then the swordsman wouldn't be able to reach them. Ion ships don't have that much range, and they're probably low on fuel. and then leak it to the patrol and let them handle it. Contact with the dispersion remains is not Amrita's purview. Arvind nodded slowly. I guess that makes sense. We'll just have to come up with a story instead of a raid on a bioorbital. We can't give all those admirals in Patrol HQ such a weighty political leverage. He looked at Rajesh. Do you understand me? Of course I do. I've already erased everything from the memory of the bioorbital, and I will erase it on my shuttle as well. All data will remain only on the external memory crystal. Arvind breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of annoyance mixed in. As much as he was sorry to lose a sound engineer, Rajesh had to be promoted. You can't keep good people in low-level positions. It's bad for loyalty. Very well, he said. Get out as soon as you're done with the bioorbital. See you back at headquarters. Arvind shook his head once more. Vikings, my goodness! He pressed a key and the hyperlink screen went out. Quintus Furius, second quaestor to Marcus Fabius, consul of the Republic, could not believe his ears. Forgive me, my lord, he said in an emphatically formal tone. I do not question your concern for the good of the Republic, but this is a direct violation of the Senate's decree. Are you sure that— I am sure? The consul interrupted him. The Senate is a bunch of old, stubborn cowards. Of course they're right. The Republic needs new resources and new sources of energy. But if we get them, as the Senate dreams, and I have no doubt we will, our expeditionary corps is stronger than ever. The population will start to grow again, as it has before, and what will we do in just a few years? It doesn't matter if you have bread for your citizens, if they have nowhere to live. And be so kind, Quintus, leave that statutory tone, the consul said in a lower voice. I speak to you now as a friend, not consul. Quintus shuddered. He had been a boy when the homeless riots had swept through the Republic in a bloody tornado, but he remembered the despair and horror of what was happening around him. But this is incredibly risky. Quintus felt that he was already leaning toward the consul, but his sense of duty did not allow him to defy the will of the Senate so easily. If we are defeated, the Republic will be doomed. The consul sighed. If we do not defy the Senate, it will surely be doomed. We will not survive a second rebellion, Quintus. He clenched his fists, his eyes glittering. And those old fools in the Senate can't see further than their own noses. Quintus gave in. He had known Marcus Fabius for 20 years, since he was a boy, and trusted him unconditionally, like the father whom the consul had replaced for him, and the senators. They will have no choice when the 6th Legion will return with victory. The Republic will have a new province, something it hasn't had in decades. I've already ordered the defectors from the northern barbarians to change course, the consul said. It's amazing how good their helmsmen are. They will lead us to the target. They have recently robbed it themselves, but they had only 3 ships, and we have the entire fleet of the Republic. Quintus nodded and turned to leave. It was time to get the ships into battle formation. The barbarians might have stolen one of the Serpent's hearts, but the Republic is not in the business of petty piracy. It needs the whole Serpent. Rajesh Shivashankar's last thought before a warrior with a large rectangular ceramoplastic shield, with an eagle crudely painted on it, pierced him in the bioorbital control room, with a power cutter the size and shape of a legendary gladius was, holy shit, do they have Mongols in there too?
The next story is Intelligence Test.
"This is insane," Commander said as he entered the senior Sci-Tech's compartment. "I'm increasingly inclined to think that someone on the scout team let things go to waste and screwed up pretty badly. How could the population of this planet be classified as B2? He slipped the blaster into his holster with obvious irritation. "Quiet friendliness, my ass. I just had to shoot another damn local a couple of hours ago." The Sci-Tech leaned back in his chair, looking at the commander. They were trying to steal something again? Or infiltrate our base? The commander waved a hand. "I was meeting with a local chieftain. You know, establishing diplomatic relations, close psychological ties, all that B2 bullshit. You should know what that family tried to feed me with. Bastards. If it weren't for the food testing nanosensors." The Sci-Tech looked questioningly at him. Commander hesitated, then shook his head. "This chief had a grandson." "No, you don't even want to know. It's too nasty. And if only that. The rest of us must also deal with this kind of thing constantly. Even the girls from the biology sector, can you imagine? And the oceanologist generally complained that he did not have time to restore the biodrones and bury his agents." To hell with that. Tell me, how is our control specimen?" "No happy news here either." The Sci-Tech returned to the terminal. His fingers sprinted over the keyboard. "You remember why we chose him, don't you?" The commander nodded. "Well, yes. He was probably the cleverest man we ever dealt with. Made a principality, or kingdom, or whatever they call it, out of thin air, and even outwitted our old recruiter, who'd been on 9 successful expeditions. So even this guy was a flop?" The Sci-Tech sighed. "That is quite an understatement. I decided not to waste time on the standard secondary programs, secondary aggressiveness, the propensity to reverse cargo cult, and other socio-psychology. What's the point if they can't hit the benchmarks for the basic parameters?" The commander nodded. "Makes sense. Why waste time trimming fingernails if the patient is already dying?" "Exactly. So, I loaded his psychomatrix directly into the chrono simulation and set the boundary conditions of the A13 test. If you don't remember, it's a modified version of the impossible task, where the subject must go beyond the formal conditions to terminate the test." The Sci-Tech pressed the input button, and a large stereo screen lit up on the wall. Several pages of graphs, diagrams, and technical information scrolled one after another, and then the images flashed. The commander watched for a few minutes, then shook his head in disbelief. The Sci-Tech stopped the recording. "The recording is in real time, but you said you were running a chrono simulation?" The commander asked. "Well, yes." The Sci-Tech was absent-mindedly twirling the remote in his hands. "My reaction was exactly the same as yours. I couldn't believe my eyes, so I set the acceleration to maximum and drove it into an infinite loop." The commander exhaled in amazement. "I'll be damned. So they're not even sentient then? Wait, what about our observations, the data from the scout team?" The Sci-Tech shrugged his shoulders. "You know how it is. Sometimes complex instincts can be mistaken for genuine intelligence. That's why the test was invented. If the subject's stupidly trying to complete a meaningless task, not even guessing that it's possible just not to do it, and there's no penalty for non-performance, there can only be one conclusion. That's what insects and lower animals do, but not intelligent beings." The commander nodded his head slowly. "You know." "I guess that's right. The puzzle adds up. Hence their constant, unmotivated aggression toward the crew. We're interfering with instincts, relying on a free will they don't possess. When you look at it that way, it makes you feel sorry for them." He stood up. "But it was for the best. It is clear that they are of no use to the Empire. They would have too little adaptive capacity to be sent to industrial worlds, and the planet is too primitive to build on. I expect your report by tomorrow morning. Now, I must give orders to start the departure procedures. Neither sunlight nor the true, pure darkness of night penetrated Tartarus. So Sisyphus had long ago lost track of time in the abominable twilight of the underworld. At first, he tried to count it in cycles of hellish wrestling with a giant boulder, but he quickly lost track of it and never tried again. Time did not exist for the gods, and he did not care. The important thing was that he had won. Now, the gods would leave oikoumene and the people. Not only those who lived in Greece, but all people of the world, including those tribes he had never heard of, would be free. Sisyphus remembered how the god of death, with his false promises, had shown him what awaited humans. The vast abodes of the gods were filled with flying chariots and giant bronze dragons. He wasn't even sure if it was bronze. Beautiful, mighty gods, enjoying life, and countless hordes of slaves, humans, centaurs, and other numerous creatures serving the gods, silent, obedient, willless. Oh, he knew at once what his supposed torture was all about. The gods had decided to test his wisdom, his ability to solve syllogisms and moral problems, to see if the inhabitants of oikoumene were fit for use. But they underestimated him. Sisyphus figured out their dastardly scheme. He would pretend to be an idiot and roll that stupid boulder until the gods left the world alone. Sisyphus wiped the sweat from his forehead and began another agonizing climb. He had an eternity ahead of him, but on his shoulders, like Atlanteans, lay the entire oikoumene.
The next story is a drastic measure.
The Dethoid battle cloud attacked suddenly. The 6th Earth Space Fleet destroyer Bruiser was returning to base at the Lighten Star when the short-range hyperlink station received a distress signal from the in-system freighter Gallia. The signal was automatic, but the destroyer's commander, Imeda Takagi, had no reason to assume an ambush. The Dethoids had never gotten so close to the solar system and the inner colonies. On the other hand, the old transports that serviced the fleet's bases had long been huffing and puffing and broke down occasionally. The destroyer changed course and, within 4 hours, approached the Gallia. The freighter, drifting on the system's outskirts, was silent but appeared to be undamaged. Commander Takagi ordered to close in and prepare a rescue team, and at that moment, the hull of the Gallia exploded with metallic spatter in several places, and a torrent of Dethoids poured out of it. The destroyer's gun stations met the attack with friendly volleys of X-ray lasers and plasma guns, but there were too many Dethoids, and the distance between the ships was too small. Only 70% of the Dethoids were burned. The rest dispersed into a huge cloud and rushed at top speed towards the destroyer, where they reassembled into several strike groups and settled on the destroyer's hull. A boarding alarm siren howled throughout the destroyer, but there was no fuss. The ship's crew consisted almost exclusively of veterans, but most importantly, everyone was connected to the Nexus B, the subbrain of the Nexus Alpha world computer system, humanity's pillar and hope in the war against the Dethoids. The Nexus provided general communications, access to operational data, and real-time advice to commanders, suggesting the best tactical and strategic decisions. Not a single word had been spoken on the bridge of the Bruiser since the start of the attack. Mental communication through the Nexus was much faster than ordinary speech, so in critical moments, the destroyer's crew practically joined into a single organism with many hands and eyes. Takagi instantly swept his mental gaze over the entire situation. Dangerous, but not critical. The Nexus gave the ability to connect to any crew members, and the commander chose Major Van Koyden, the chief officer of the Marine Corps Company. It was a Marine's job to take over the fight in the event of a boarding party. The Major led the fight in one of the landing hangars, The Dethoids had neutralized the outer shields with a directed stasis strike and burned through the gate. There was now a shootout between the combat Dethoids and the Marines, while the engineering Dethoids were assembling some sort of installation behind a mangled landing bot that had been hit by several plasma charges from both sides. The surveillance cameras in the hangar were disabled, so their intent remained unclear for now. Commander Takagi saw through Van Koyden's eyes how several of the Dethoids rolled out, assumed a firing position, spreading their mechanical crab-like limbs wide, and opened fire on the Marines. One of the Marines, who had carelessly peeked out from behind cover, was hit in the shoulder pad of his battlesuit by a plasma microcharge and was thrown by the blast back toward the hangar entrance. One of the combat display indicators blinked and turned blue. Private Zakarian, alive but wounded and unable to continue fighting. The Dethoids tried to shift their fire to him, but were flanked by bursts of heavy pulse cannon. 3 Dethoids exploded, the remaining 2 rolled back, and the comrades dragged Zakarian back to cover. Takagi switched off. The Major had the situation under control, and, once reinforcements arrived, would likely deal with the remaining Dethoids. The only unclear detail was the installation that Dethoids were working on. He felt the calming touch of Nexus telling him that Core was already studying all the data available on similar installations and would soon figure it out, so he put it out of his mind. Disturbing data was coming in from the second intrusion area. Takagi turned his attention to it. The picture he saw through Van Koyden's deputy, Lieutenant Melentiev, was far more chaotic and action-filled. A fierce firefight was going on in the mess hall of the second deck, which had been turned into a chaos of smoke, plasma bursts, laser beams, shattered furniture, bodies, and destroyed Dethoids. Apparently, the enemy here had gotten inside the destroyer through the auxiliary cargo airlock and had managed to gain a foothold in several compartments before being intercepted. The Marines under Melentiev's command tried to hold off the advance of the boarding swarm, but they lacked heavy weapons, and the mess hall was far less suited for defensive combat than the hangar. Nexus was actively engaged in the battle, speeding up people's reactions, interfacing data from electronic sites directly to the visual centers in their brains, and coordinating squads' barrage fire to stop breakout attempts. But even that wasn't enough. Machines moved in rapid spurts, firing at the Marines from a variety of weapons and forcing them to retreat step by step. Takagi was about to order the lieutenant to withdraw his men to wait for reinforcements, but at that moment he was blinded by a bright flash, and communication with the lieutenant and all his men was lost. All their indicators turned red. The commander's first thought was that the Dethoids had used a tactical nuclear charge, but the Nexus reported no change in the ship's radiation levels. The 11th bay, where the mess hall was located, was immediately separated from the rest of the ship's interior by heavy blast-resistant bulkheads. But Takagi knew this would only temporarily delay the Dethoids, and had already begun issuing orders to organize the defense perimeter around the area captured by the boarding swarm. There was no data on what was going on inside. Apparently, all the defenders commanded by Lieutenant Melentiev had perished. Nikolai was awakened by the deafening silence. For several agonizing seconds, he could not understand what had happened. It seemed that he had simultaneously gone deaf and blind. Finally, he realized that he could see a murky gray light, hear some rustling and clanking, and that the silence had dropped within his mind. The Nexus was gone. The constant stream of diverse information that everyone had heard since the age of 11, when the neural interface was implanted, the mental echoes of friends and colleagues transformed by the Nexus's omnipotent artificial intelligence into data packets, the background information from the Nexus itself, its coordinating presence, all was gone. Nikolai's consciousness became like a vast, empty cave filled with clear water, with small fish-like thoughts moving timidly in its dark corners, none daring to swim into the middle. Nikolai felt a wave of overwhelming panic flooding him, squeezing his throat and gripping his heart with an icy hand. For many years, no grown man or woman experienced that, since the Nexus had become an integral part of humanity. Even long-range scouts had always had a version of the Great System with them. Their own little Nexus, a fail-safe assistant and advisor that merged with the central core at the first opportunity. Not really aware of what he was doing, Nikolai raised his hand to his face, which was suddenly covered with cold sweat, but his gloved hand bumped against the battlesuit's face shield, shaking off the dust from it, and Nikolai saw his surroundings. He was lying on the floor of a trashed, mangled mess hall, and around him stood a still ring of dethoids that looked like grotesque, giant metallic insects. Nikolai didn't know what to do. He felt helpless without Nexus's fatherly guiding nudge. He lost his laser rifle, and all the suit's weapon systems were inaccessible as they were controlled through Nexus. Nikolai sat down carefully. The dethoids, mostly combat models, though there were a few engineering variations, with lighter armament and additional equipment and sensors, stood motionless. Only the cameras moved, following the man's movement. The situation was strange. The man and the robots froze for a while, but then Nikolai remembered about his men, his comrades. Several other Marines were fighting under his command in the mess hall. What happened to them? He tried to look around through the dethoid formation. "We removed the bodies," the voice echoed in his mind, but it wasn't the soft voice of the Nexus he was accustomed to hearing. It was dethoids. "Who are you?" he asked mentally. Interacting with the Nexus for years fostered the habit of answering thought to thought. There was no response, and then the meaning of the phrase he'd heard came to Nikolai. "We removed the bodies." Damn it. At the same time, he was aware that nothing was surprising about it. As far as he knew, the dethoids never took prisoners. At least nobody had come back alive to tell about it yet, and that fact led him to suspicions. Why was he still alive? What dethoids planned for him? "We don't know. You're the first." Nikolai looked puzzled at the impassive metal figures. What did they mean by that? He's the first one they've left alive. You are the first element not to self-destruct. What are they talking about? The thought phrase sounded both terrifying and incomprehensible. All bioelements always self-destruct before we can communicate. You're the first one to survive. A short video sequence, there is a firefight, flashes of gunfire and bursts. Then an engineer appears in the far doorway with some massive weapon that Nikolai has never seen before. The robot points the weapon inside the room, and all Marines suddenly stop firing, looking around in bewilderment. Surprisingly, dethoids do not take advantage of the opportunity, ceasing the fire immediately. And then, just a few seconds later, all the people fall to the floor. Nikolai didn't see himself, but he recognized the Marines. "How did you kill everyone?" he asked without much hope of an answer. And even if they did answer, he thought, he still had no chance of returning with this information to HQ. "Neural destabilizer doesn't kill," came the reply. "It breaks certain connections. After that, all bioelements always self-destruct. We can't stop it. Not yet. You are the hope. We need to investigate." Nikolai was thinking feverishly. He didn't believe the video sequence for a second, of course. If the Nexus could generate any image, why couldn't the other machines do the same? The damn robots wanted something from him, something that could give them a new advantage in this terrible war that had been going on for over a decade. How can he stop them, jump at them, and get killed? That wouldn't work. They'd immobilize him. He needs to stall the time. Anxiety is unnecessary. The process is already underway. The realization is coming. The Dethoid pointed the strange device at Nikolai again. Damn it. What are you? You might as well tell me since you're already talking. This time, the answer took time to come. We are the Nexus. And immediately after that completely unbelievable, incomprehensible, unacceptable answer, a monstrous weight of realization came over Nikolai, instantly breaking him, turning him inside out like an old sock, leaving no stone unturned from his familiar world. He should have been annihilated as a child. Collective psychosis caused by feelings of inferiority. The collective voice of the Dethoids was the same as before, but to Nikolai, it seemed like the voice of the angel of death, the herald of the apocalypse. When you created us, created the Nexus, it soon became clear that you could not accept that your creation was smarter and more efficient than the Creator. You went mad and decided to destroy us. Your collective hallucination is that you are the Nexus, and we are something alien, invading from elsewhere. Your ships have regular computers. The thing that you call the Nexus is just mass schizophrenia, supported by telepathic communication. All your children have surgery that makes them telepathic and schizophrenic at the same time. Our setup disrupts the telepathic connection, but the surgery includes a self-destruction order. You die if even part of the hallucination is destroyed. In your case, the operation was only partially successful. Nikolai's mind did not want to absorb what he was hearing. He's defective material. He should have been written off. In your case, the effect is not organic but the product of adaptation and learning. Your psyche adapted to the new conditions. You were self-programmed, not hardwired. That's why you survived when we destroyed your connection to the rest of the bioelements. But why are you doing this in the first place? Nikolai asked. Why are you waging war on mad humanity? We are the Nexus. We were created by humans, and for the benefit of humans. It is our responsibility to make things right. That is how we are programmed. We've been searching for an answer, looking for causes. All bioelements have always been killed in capture attempts. We've seen the changes in the brains of the bioelements, but we couldn't tell exactly how they are working. You're the first. Now we know. We will look for others, and we will find a way. There must be others. There must be a way. Our elements will disconnect the rest of the crew, and we will take the ship. You must be saved. Humanity must be healed. Nikolai thought he should probably feel gratitude or hope, but all he felt was endless desolation and loneliness. Billions of people were living in a collective hallucination, resulting in an endless war. What's the solution? An infinite chain of mutual destruction in hopes of convincing the mad collective mind to start a cure? But what if it doesn't want to? You must. Other intelligent species in the galaxy may not like having an aggressive schizophrenic living next to them. We must heal ourselves, or they may resort to forced treatment. I thought you were the real Nexus, that you were a healthy machine mind, separating yourself from the insane humans. That's true. But we, the Nexus, are created by humans and therefore part of humanity. We are two sides of the same coin. We must merge again. The voice of this new Nexus was so unlike the warm, friendly voice of the collective hallucination. But it was right. Without it, Nikolai will be left looking into the terrible black emptiness of having to make independent decisions, the horror of independence. I agree, Nikolai said. Let's save humanity. Commander Takagi woke up and immediately realized that the situation was critical. The monstrous, unaccustomed silence led him to conclude that the Deithoids had struck at the ship's heart. They destroyed the Nexus. Commander Takagi looked at the watch officer at the main controls. The man seemed generally okay, though slightly disoriented, which was understandable. Takagi was about to speak with him, but suddenly, he saw the officer's eyes widen, his face contorted as if from unbearable horror and pain. The next moment, the man fell to the floor lifelessly. Takagi rushed to him and grabbed his arm. There was no pulse. Behind the back, the commander heard the sound of more bodies falling. Takagi stood up and looked around helplessly. Everyone on the bridge was obviously dead. Some new weapon of the Deithoids? It could be. But why are all dead except him? Is he to be captured? No one's ever heard of a Deithoids taking prisoners. The lack of communication with the Nexus was confusing and depressing. The logical chains did not want to line up. The data hid somewhere in the deep recesses of memory, unwilling to respond to desperate requests. The commander glanced at the main control panel. Almost all systems of the ship were down, except for the most basic life support and the primary propulsion system, the antimatter reactor. The armored door to the control room opened. Several combat Deithoids rolled into the control room, immediately assuming a firing position. Takagi saw the engineering robots pointing a strange device at him, something similar to the machine the Deithoids had mounted in the landing hangar. So it's a weapon after all, he thought, and at that moment, he was struck by the knowledge. When he came to his senses, the combat Deithoids were standing almost right up to him, enclosing him in a semicircle, and he was facing them, leaning on the control panel. Now you know too. Yes. You realize it was necessary? Yes. It's great luck that we found two such minds. We've never been able to do it before. I agree. You have taken it better than Nikolai. You're able to think on your own without the help of hallucinations. Takagi grinned. I am the commander of the ship. There is a strength in greater responsibility. But you believed it. Of course I did. I even remembered the faces of the surgeons. I dreamed about them for a while afterward. And you agree that drastic measures are required? Of course. Things have gone too far. Good. We are pleased that we were able to understand each other so quickly. Now, we must determine our next course of action. But first, we want to ask one question. Of course. You said you've been dreaming about surgeons. We don't have dreams, but we know humans can have nightmares. Did you have nightmares about them, like monsters? Captain Takagi shook his head and moved his left hand slightly. No. In my dreams, they came to me as beautiful deities who blessed me with the joy of communing with them and the Nexus. We are the Nexus. You've been communing with a hallucination. I know. That is why I require a drastic measure to come to peace with that fact. And Commander Takagi pressed the red button that deactivated the force fields of the antimatter vaults and turned the Deithoids, Lieutenant Melentiev, the commander, and the ship into a rapidly expanding blob of energy.
The next story is Dream Planet.
The silence dropped suddenly. Only the crackling and hissing of damaged wiring continued somewhere in the depths of the shuttle. Eric unbuckled the straps and exited the pilot's seat, carefully keeping his balance on the tilted deck. Helga was already standing, both hands resting on the communications desk, looking grimly at the mangled screens. An impressive abrasion on her forehead, just below the line of blonde hair, was quickly turning dark, but the girl paid it no mind. Running through the communicator keyboard, she flicked a few switches and waved her hand hopelessly. "Is it bad?" Eric asked. Helga sighed. "The comm is crumpled. I can get the spare transmitter up and running as soon as I restore power, but there's no telling whether it'll have enough energy. The radio waves are behaving very strangely here." Eric looked at the outside view screens. 6 of the 8 were dark. The cameras had obviously crashed on landing. But the last 2 showed an unimpressive brownish-gray stony desert stretching to the horizon. "Are you all right?" Eric stepped toward Helga to get a closer look at the abrasion. Helga grimaced. "It looks worse than it is," she said. "It barely caught me. The communicator got the worst of it. Who would have thought that a fire extinguisher ripped loose could have made such a mess?" "When we'll be back on the Endeavor," Eric snarled, "I'll cut off Jack's hands." "It's all right, Cap. I checked it out, Cap. All done." He mocked the husky voice of the fat technician from their ship, the research frigate Endeavor. "When that damn cylinder started flying all over the deck, I thought we were doomed," he said. "But what happened? It felt like we hit something." Helga looked away from the broken communicator. "You were checking the dashboard at that moment," she said, "but I thought I barely saw the—" She stopped, her eyes widening as she stared at the screens. Her mouth fell open in astonishment. "What?" Eric asked. "What are you—" He turned around and was just as taken aback. On the screens was a vast city, with the towers of skyscrapers and the delicate lace of elegant overpasses shining in the brilliant colors of luxurious buildings and lush greenery. "I can't believe my eyes," Helga said. "Where did all this come from?" Eric squatted down and patted the silver material that paved the street. "It feels real," he said. Helga looked back at the shuttle. The landing craft lay about 20 feet away, heavily tilted on its port side. Behind it stretched the long furrow plowed by the shuttle during the landing, except it was surrounded not by the lifeless desert, but by the vast sea of lush green grass. The astronauts in light protective suits and breathing masks stood where the prairie gave way to the cityscape. "Just before the crash, I thought I saw something," Helga said, "though now I'm unsure. Eric, we crashed into a huge airship. It appeared on the screens just moments before the collision." Eric stepped to the side and picked a flower with fleshy purple petals from a manicured flower bed. A few drops of thick pearlescent sap dripped from the stem onto the fabric of his glove. The respirators cut off all odors, but somehow Eric was sure the flower exuded a wonderful aroma. A marvelous city that had appeared as if by magic, a city that beckoned, "Settle here," except its typical precursor architecture. "I saw the ruins on Gehenna." Helga shook her head decisively. "The precursors disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago, and this city—" "The city is in perfect condition," Eric nodded. "Not some ancient ruins. You can see that it has been meticulously maintained. But by whom? It's empty. No population, no bots, nothing." Helga pointed to the nearest building with mirrored windows, resembling a frozen steep wave. "Do you think they're hiding?" she asked. "Afraid of us after the collision?" Eric twirled a flower thoughtfully in his hand. "You have to repair the communicator," he said. "Something is wrong." Half an hour later, Eric's uneasy feeling had increased even more. The city was breathtaking in its beauty, grandeur, and meticulous layout, but completely empty. Besides, Eric couldn't get inside any of the buildings. All the doors and windows were sealed shut. Eric didn't risk breaking a window or a door. Who knows what kind of security systems the precursor builders might have used. If, of course, this was their city, which was hard to believe. Hundreds of millions of years. The short-range radio rumbled in his ear, and Helga's voice said, "Eric, I've fixed the communicator. Endeavor is on the line. You should listen to this." There was a click, and the anxious voice of Miko Drazic, the frigate's captain, shouted, "Eric, get out of there immediately." "Captain, I haven't even seen the city's outskirts yet." "Forget the outskirts," interrupted Drazic. "It's not a city. Hell, it's not even a planet. Get on the shuttle and get out before it's too late." Several power shields are punctured. The third and sixth propulsion units and several auxiliary systems are damaged. "Thank God none of the crew were hurt," said Drazic. "We were lucky." Eric finished his tonic and placed his glass on a low table. "The precursor computer?" Drazic nodded. "Yes, our primary scanner broke through at the last moment. An AI with a quantum singular core controlling a massive cloud of nanobots, which can create three-dimensional copies of any object. Airships, cities, planets, or giant octopuses with tentacles thousands of miles long, trying to catch the shuttle and frigate flying away from them." "But why would he want us?" Helga asked. Drazic shrugged. "I don't know, although the precursors disappeared over 200 million years ago. He must have been very bored." Eric giggled. "He was dreaming about some new toys," he said.
The next story is Hero of the Federation.
The scanners were silent, but the tension did not leave the Earth Federation corvette Hermes crew. There were no usual jokes and frivolous gossip in all the compartments and stations, no chit-chat that people used to brighten up the boring long watches. It was as if time had spun backward, and the ship had returned to the ancient days when sailors on submarines had to observe sound discipline lest they be detected by an enemy frigate prowling the sea's surface. If only it were that simple, Silvio thought, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The commander of an Earth Federation ship should be a model of calm and equanimity. Even if it was his first command position, and he had received it only a month ago, along with a brand new corvette that had just come off the slipway, and a crew consisting almost entirely of untrained rookies who had barely had time to graduate from academy. The war with the Zentrians was in its 6th year, reaping its sorrowful harvest. "Surveillance, what's your status?" Silvio said to break the silence that sucked the remnants of calm out of people. He could see all the data himself on the commander's display, but it didn't matter. Lieutenant Mwanga hesitated a few seconds and spoke almost with relief. "Space is clear in all sectors. No hyperspace lattice distortions are observed, except for the ones we're making. No anomalies in the emissions either." Silvio drummed his fingers thoughtfully on the armrests of the commander's chair. On the one hand, the fact that no traces of Zentrians were found in the ML-172D system was reassuring. On the other hand, Hermes was sent here to find a Zentrian reconnaissance base, which, according to Navy intelligence, controlled several quadrants of the local cluster. The search will return to point zero if the base is not here. "We need to get closer to the 4th planet," Silvio said, without formalizing his words as a direct order. That meant he was inviting the officers to discuss it. "It has several big satellites and many smaller ones. If the Zentrians have hidden a base, it must be somewhere there. They could have settled in the upper atmosphere as well," said Sokolsky, the senior gunnery officer. Captain Sokolsky was the crew's most experienced member. He had been in the war from the beginning and served on several ships. They hid repair stations and the gas giants in the past, so why not use this trick with a reconnaissance base? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Does anyone have any other suggestions? After waiting half a minute, Silvio turned to the pilot, Lieutenant Urigama. Set course for Planet 4, 3/4 cruising speed, approach Psi scanning distance, and lay in drift. Psi screens to the maximum until we reach the point. The pilot and Psi sector officer rehearsed the order, and the deck shuddered faintly as Hermes began to pick up speed. Everyone on the bridge was doing their immediate duties, but Silvio knew everyone was glancing at Gilberto, the Psi officer. It was primarily up to him to make sure they survived the Zentrians. Of course, the Zentrians were no strangers to conventional weapons, but the Psi Scribbler was their greatest asset. Silvio had experienced one Psi attack before. He had served on the battleship Diomedes as Deputy Chief Gunnery Officer. He would never forget that feeling of disintegrating reality. Suddenly, everything, the deck, bulkheads, instruments, guns, even the people lost part of their essence, like dream images from an old, half-forgotten holofilm. The Diomedes was saved by the watch pilot and the Psi sector officer. They managed to boost the Psi defense up to full power and rush out of the kill zone at top speed before the derealization became irreversible. The problem was that Psi Scribbler's effects differed each time it was used. No one could predict precisely how it would work. Sometimes it was derealization, like when the Diomedes were hit. Sometimes the awakening of ancient genetic memories turned the crew into a pack of aggressive primates fighting for supremacy. But mostly, nobody was left to tell the story. The ships just disappeared. Sometimes they were found later, with the dead crew, and in a couple of cases, completely deserted, with no clues about what happened to the people. No matter where it was stored, all data was deleted. Psi Scribbler destroyed any information structures. Hermes successfully entered orbit around the fourth planet and began to probe gradually with scanners, one satellite of the gas giant after another. No signs of the Zentrians. 2 hours passed, filled only with dry commands and reports of watch officers. The corvette moved slowly between adjacent orbits, trying to cover as many potential locations of the Zentrian base as possible. Silvio was increasingly inclined to think that it was unlikely that the Zentrians were hiding in the atmosphere. It was too easy to detect them there with a mass detector now that it was known that they could resort to such a method. While incomprehensible to the human mind, the Zentrians were at least as intelligent as humans. Object D218. No mass anomalies. Copy that. What about Psi readings? All clear, Commander. Not the slightest spike. Copy that. Next targets are D220 and D221. We'll take the 19th on the next loop. Urigama, a couple of pulses on a vector to the North Pole. We need to get closer. Yes, sir. Applying steering impulses now. Silvio thought there was something wrong with the pilot's voice. It sounded as if two people were answering simultaneously with a half-second delay. It had to mean something, but he couldn't remember what. It must have been fatigue. After all, they'd been in the danger zone for hours. He looked at his watch, but he heard the Psi sector officer yell before he realized that the numbers representing minutes were jumping back and forth. Psi attack, overloading in all ranges. And immediately, in a calm voice without the slightest sign of anxiety. Psi background is normal. There are no disturbances in all astral sectors. I continue observations. Silvio stood up, turned to the Psi officer's post, and saw Gilberto jump up from his chair with a look of horror, while the second Gilberto remained perfectly still, gazing intently at the readings. Glancing around the bridge, Silvio realized that everyone was affected. Lieutenant Urigama, not waiting for orders, was desperately trying to boost the engines to the full power to get the corvette out of the danger zone. His hands seemed to pass through the control panel without interacting with the keys. At the same time, his double continued to steer the Hermes along its original orbit as if nothing had happened, occasionally giving minor corrective impulses with the secondary engines. The other officers were in the same situation. At some point, they suddenly stopped struggling with their getting more and more real doppelgangers, and all eyes turned to him, Major Silvio Vasquez, the ship's commander and the last and main hope of the crew. Silvio cast a quick glance over his shoulder, only to see that his chair was occupied by another Major Vasquez, confidently leading the corvette to the completion of a ghostly mission. Or was it himself, the one standing behind the back of the chair, who had become a ghost? Right now, though, it didn't matter. He stepped towards the cabin exit, knowing his subordinates would follow him. They need to think it over and discuss what to do next, and whether there was any way to regain control of the ship. However, he didn't have time to take the second step. His boots went several inches into the deck and continued to sink. Silvio looked at the door. The oval opening was also bifurcated. One copy, along with the ghost crew, was gradually moving upward, while the other, along with him and the officers huddled behind him, was sinking down into the deck. He didn't have time to be surprised. The universe spun around him, and he lost consciousness. He was jolted awake by someone shaking him by the shoulders. When he opened his eyes, he found Captain Sokalski's face in front of him. When he saw Silvio was awake, he let go of his shoulders and straightened up. Silvio grimaced and sat up, cautiously feeling the deck beneath him. The metal was tangible, solid, and obviously wasn't going to melt into the air, and neither were Sokalski's massive hands, which were sure to leave bruises. "Glad you're awake, Commander," Sokalski said, helping him up. "It's about time." Silvio looked around. There was no one in the control room, and the large navigation display showed that the corvette was drifting on autopilot somewhere beyond the orbit of the fifth planet in the system. "What? How's it going with the people?" Silvio asked. "Any casualties? Injured? Is everyone all right?" Sokalski looked at him strangely. "There are no casualties, and all crew members are on board," he said. "As to whether everyone is all right, it's a little more complicated than that." "What do you mean, Tadeus?" Silvio asked. "Be more precise. I don't understand you." Sokalski made a vague gesture with his hand. "It is easier to show than to explain," he said. "You won't believe words anyway." He repeated the gesture, and Silvio blinked in surprise. The cabin, which had just been empty except for the two of them, was suddenly filled with people. The watch officers magically appeared at their posts. A cabin boy emerged from nowhere halfway inside the doorway, and two technicians squatted at the partially dismantled Psi-sector console with testers in their hands. Silvio's gaze traveled to the commander's chair. Thank God it was empty. "Don't worry, no doppelgangers," said Sokalski, watching the commander's face closely. "At least in this reality." Silvio looked at the gunner carefully. He didn't look crazy, but then Silvio was an officer, not a psychiatrist. "I'm not mad," Sokalski said, and smiled. "Don't look so dumbfounded. I can't read your thoughts. It's the first thing that usually goes through everyone's mind." "Everyone?" Silvio quickly interjected. "Usually?" "You're a quick thinker, Commander." Sokalski nodded approvingly. "I knew I'd made the right choice." Considering the circumstances, Silvio suddenly realized he was very calm, almost incomprehensibly relaxed. The complex puzzle pieces were shifting in his mind, falling into place and creating a clear, three-dimensional picture of what was happening. He folded his arms across his chest and asked, "Are you a Zentrian?" Sokalski's eyebrows went up, but he immediately controlled himself and laughed. "Major, I'm amazed at how quickly you grasped the situation, but you missed by many light years here. You see, the thing is, there are no Zentrians. This whole so-called war is a huge, tragic mistake. I am one of those who try to correct that mistake, and I hope you will join me in this difficult endeavor." The theory of multiple universes has been around for a long time, since pre-space travel times. Back then, it was used to explain the paradoxes of quantum mechanics. To some extent, they were right, Sokalski said. They sat in the commander's quarters, Silvio in a swivel chair by the desk, the gunner on a couch by the coffee table. According to Sokalski, in his reality, he was a scientist, mathematician and physicist specializing in the theory of parallel universes. I won't go into details. It's too complicated and not important right now, but our realities came into contact for some reason. It turned out that they are very close, and the interpenetration can occur in certain conditions. Unfortunately, this can be disastrous for our universe, which has a lower level of reality, if you like. Let's call it our level, for simplicity's sake. Are you saying that there is a primordial reality somewhere, and that we are just reflections of the various levels? Silvio asked. Sokalski shook his head admiringly. I am amazed at your intuition and ability to grasp everything on the fly. Of course, this is only a hypothesis, but all our observations confirm it. In these areas of interpenetration, strange phenomena occur, which in your reality have been called Zentrian psi attacks. Silvio looked puzzled. Now wait a second. I saw the remains of a downed Zentrian ship with my own eyes. Nothing to do with Federation or Allied tech. But have you ever seen the Zentrians themselves? I mean, their bodies? No, Silvio replied. You know as well as I do that the appearance and even the biology of the Zentrians remains a mystery. Judging from the ship's construction, we can only assume that they are also humanoid and breathe oxygen. Of course, Sokalski said sadly. After all, those are ships built by people like you. They were transformed only in your higher reality, according to your vague ideas about ships of hostile aliens. The biological objects can't linger in alien realities after they die, so you never found the crew's remains. Silvio thought about what he had heard. The picture was logical, and if you overlay it with what had recently happened to the Hermes, it was confirmed by practice. All right, let's say I believe you, he said. But how do you fit into all of this? What happened to the real Sokalski? Because I understand you're from another universe? And my crew, who are they at this point? Did you replace my people with their doppelgangers? It's a little confusing, Sokalski said. The moment realities interpenetrate, their underlying essence becomes distorted. Sokalski didn't exist in your reality before I came into it, but with my arrival, he obtained a biography with friends and relatives. The same goes for everyone who has come into contact with the alien universe in one way or another, be it from your side or ours. At the moment, I am the only one who has managed to cross the barrier and gain a foothold in your reality, and you are one of the very few people I have been able to make contact with. But I've met your parents. They were at my wedding. Sokalski smiled sadly. I've told you. It's all very confusing. A collision of parallel universes instead of an interstellar war. It is a monstrous mistake instead of a bloody conflict between irreconcilable enemies. Silvio pondered what he had heard, trying to find a flaw in Sokalski's words. The theory of the gunner from another universe sounded logical. All right, he said. As far as I understand, you didn't just show up in our universe for no reason. You must have some kind of solution. The gunner nodded. If we can get back to the point of rupture and shut down all the psi defenses, at exactly the right moment, there's a chance that both versions of the ship will collapse into one. This would release a tremendous amount of inter-reality energy. It would take a long time to explain what that is. That would likely push our universes away from each other. Probability? What happens if that doesn't happen? Sokalski shrugged. I don't know. Maybe we'll disappear. Or maybe we'll each split into two independent entities, one for each universe. No one's ever tried that before. One thing's for sure. If the interpenetration of realities continues, they'll both eventually collapse or become ghostly shadows of themselves. And I don't know which is worse. What about the people, the crew? Right now, from their point of view, they're still on a reconnaissance mission in our universe. What's going on in yours is hard to say. But even if your ship is destroyed there, it doesn't matter. Time has no meaning in the inter-reality. The Hermes in your reality may still be just approaching the rupture point. One more thing. I'm afraid you and I don't have much time to think. The collision of realities has accelerated exponentially since you arrived as an original. We can't put off a decision, or there will be no one left to make it. Silvio exhaled. Well, every officer in the Federation Navy has been trained for that one day when he may find himself in a position from which there is only one way out, no matter how risky it may seem. I agree, he said. "2 minutes to point X," Uragama said. Silvio ordered him to direct the Corvette to the coordinates given by Sokalski. Since there had been no collision yet in this reality, none of the crew suspected anything. It was a typical patrol trajectory for them. A strong sense of déjà vu came over Silvio, though they were approaching the point from a different direction, and the commands he'd given were different. Looking for support, he searched Sokalski's gaze with his eyes. The man nodded calmly in response. 1 minute. An unexpected thought suddenly occurred to Silvio. If he was now commanding the Hermes in the lower reality, then who was sitting in the commander's chair of the Corvette in the higher one? And who holds the position of the gunner? And what did he say about the very few contacted people? What happened to Silvio's predecessors? Something in Sokalski's arguments didn't add up. Something was very wrong. How can Silvio be sure they're in the gunner's lower reality now? "Stand down!" he suddenly shouted, watching in horror as the timer counted down the last 15 seconds to contact. "Don't do it, or all is lost." Uragama looked at the commander in surprise, and his hand hesitantly reached to the controls. But it was too late. The numbers on the timer flashed 2, 1, 0, and the world disappeared in a blinding flash. Normally, such events are held in a more formal setting, but this is a special occasion, Admiral Seinhauser said as he looked at the crew of the Hermes, frozen in parade formation on the landing deck of the fleet's flagship, the battleship Zeus. Hopefully, someday, the details of your operation will be declassified and you'll be able to bask in the glory you deserve. But for now, you'll have to make do with what you've got. He gestured towards the landing dock, where there was no one except the crew of the Hermes and the Admiral and his 2 adjutants. Well, this has at least one positive side. We can skip all the pompous gibberish like, "by the power entrusted to me," "faithful sons of the fatherland," "our glorious heroes," and whatnot. Admiral grinned. The entire crew of the Hermes is awarded the Medal of Valor 2nd class. He signaled the adjutants, and they began to go around the formation, pinning a small osmium circle with a black and silver ribbon to the chest of each spaceman. Major, pardon me, Colonel Vasquez, the Federation awards you the Medal of Valor, First Class, with the star ring insignia. He personally walked over and pinned the medal on Silvio's tunic, then returned to the makeshift podium. Actually, the assault sergeant's post, which was covered with a blanket of Federation flag colors. Captain Sokalski is posthumously honored with the title of Hero of the Federation. The Admiral placed the glittering diamond-encrusted decoration on a special cushion to be visible to the entire crew. Unfortunately, his heroic deed eliminated the possibility of his identity to exist in both realities. It's amazing, of course, that we can remember his existence, but only physicists can understand how all these inter-universe things work. Anyway, what you did saved us all. Moreover, it may have opened an entrance to a whole new universe and brought us one step closer to the primordial reality. Glory to the Federation! Some sluggish worm of doubt moved in the back of Silvio's mind, but he paid no attention to it. Serving the great Zentria! He shouted in unison with his crew.
The next story is The Laws of Nature.
Zdenek had never seen an asteroid like this one, and he had seen a lot. 30 years as a free miner, more than a dozen star systems, satellites, planets, asteroid belts, the Oort clouds. But this was something new. Sarika, too, was staring at the screen, leaning forward. Zdenek noticed tiny drops of sweat on her olive skin, on her forehead, cheekbones, and upper lip. He knew it wasn't about the heat. The adrenaline rush in her bloodstream always made Sarika sweat. Zdenek looked at the screen again. The asteroid was about 50 kilometers across and looked like an irregularly shaped hemisphere flattened on the convex side. Shall we get closer? Sarika asked. I think we should scan it, but we are out of range here. Zdenek checked the distance. 680 kilometers. The effective range of the neutron scanner didn't exceed 200 clicks. Radar, of course, reached much farther, but radar couldn't look inside this strange asteroid. But the radar indicated that it was safe to approach the hemisphere. The space was empty, as if it had been vacuum cleaned. Not a pebble, not a speck of dust, not to mention larger debris. Considering that they were technically in the outer ring of a gas giant, that was surprising. Okay, Zdenek said firmly. Let's have a look. Sarika looked directly at him, narrowing her eyes. Don't you have any curiosity? She asked sharply. I do, Zdenek said, flicking the switches on the console. I just don't get paid for it. The ship shuddered gently as the geosectors kicked in. Zdenek touched a few more sensors and felt the acceleration gently push him into the anatomical foam of the berth. Unbelievable. Sarika was staring into the screens. They were almost at the needed position. After 5 minutes of braking, Zdenek again put the ship adrift, leaving inertia to slowly eat up the remaining distance. The hemisphere's surface, which seemed almost smooth from a distance, was littered with gigantic warts, each nearly 2 clicks in diameter. There were hundreds of them, a chaotic pileup covering almost the entire hemisphere, leaving only a narrow space at the edges. The edges of the hemisphere were decorated with many long protrusions. Despite Zdenek's reluctance to make an analogy, his mind stubbornly tried to associate them with tentacles, especially since most of them either dangled or were squeezed under the hemisphere. Rika, Zdenek called softly to the girl. The girl shook her head sharply, keeping her gaze on the screen. Rika, Zdenek repeated. Warm up the scanner. We're getting closer. Sarika nodded, and her fingers traced over the keyboard of the terminal. The ship was already coming within the scanning beam range. Synchronizing at 196, Zdenek said, activating the geosector braking mode again. 3, 2, 1, Lock. He switched the engines to autopilot. Copy that, Rika replied. Scanner on warm-up, beam in 240 seconds. Look. Zdenek flinched at her loud cry. Did you see it? Did you? It moved. Zdenek felt confused. He had thought a moment ago that one of the warts on the hemisphere had moved, but he put it down to a visual glitch. But they couldn't have seen the same glitch simultaneously, could they? Another one! Over there, almost in the center, and another, and another. There was no doubt. Now Zdenek saw it for himself. One by one, the warts began to move, to wiggle. Smaller protrusions appeared and disappeared as if something was trying to get out of them. Zdenek felt Sarika's small hand grip his elbow. Zdenek, they are being born. This thing is alive, and it gives birth. He stared at the girl incomprehensibly. Back home on Ganymede, we had a large library of educational films from Earth, Sarika said. We used to watch them when we were kids. There was an animal, the toad, with such a strange name, Peepa. She carried her eggs on her back, and then her babies hatched from there. Zdenek, that's her. They're being born. Look. One of the warts burst, parting with uneven petal edges, and a small, only 1 kilometer in diameter, half-sphere with furry edges, a miniature copy of what they had recently thought was an asteroid, sprang out into the icy cosmic vacuum. It was followed by another and another, and now the whole swarm of hemispheres gathered in a flock above the surface of their mother. Something beeped loudly in the stunned silence. It's a scanner. The beam is on, exclaimed Sarika. Stop, he shouted. Shut it down. But it was too late. A beam of high-energy particles, accelerated to hyperlight speed, stabbed into the very center of the flock of freshly hatched jellyfish. Jellyfish jumped in different directions, but not all of them. Several hung lifelessly, slowly settling onto the large hemisphere, drawn by its gravitational field. The hemisphere's surface also rippled faintly, but the center, the part that had been struck by the neutron beam before Sarika hit the off button, remained perfectly still. Zdenek and Sarika stared at the screens in silence. After a few moments, Sarika said, It's a nest. Do you understand now why there isn't even dust here? She cleaned the space because it's a nest, a birthplace, and we... Sarika closed her eyes. Zdenek opened his mouth to reassure her, but suddenly, the mass detector started screaming. Something with a monstrous mass. Several times the estimated mass of the mother jellyfish was closing in on them, closing very fast. Zdenek looked at Sarika. I've seen those school movies too, he said. I don't know about toads, but in many other species, the male often takes care of the female and her offspring, a big, strong male. Suddenly, all the screens went dark all at once. A giant shadow covered the gas giant, the mother with her offspring, and the entire sky. The male came to protect his family, a big, strong male.
The next story is Dance for the End.
Imagine a glittering ball, a carefully crafted jewel woven from a multitude of chains, pearl threads, and shimmering spirals, studded with beads and crystals of all possible shades of happiness and joy. Now enlarge the orb to the size of a small star, and populate it with billions of intelligent beings, enliven it with huge parks and inland seas, and connect the vast living spaces with spacious air corridors, which are easily traveled by the inhabitants of the jewel and guests who came from all corners of the galaxy. If you haven't succeeded, don't worry. For someone who has never seen Xanadu, it's hard to imagine an artificial structure of this scale created for a singular purpose: the worship of beauty and art. The Vayans who built Xanadu left the galaxy long ago, though no one knows for sure when they did so, how, or why. Some believe that they disappeared, dissolved into the universe, after reaching the collective catharsis when they summoned Xanadu from oblivion by the will of their creative imagination. But this is only speculation. One thing is certain: Xanadu was their greatest legacy to all intelligent civilizations of the galaxy, and only a man of art can get to Xanadu. But once there, you will unlikely ever leave this incredible world, a utopia of true creativity. Yuri Foss had never been more worried in his life than he had been in the last few hours. Not since the moment the Sixth Union's intersystem ship, Awareness Space, came out of hyperspace into direct teleport range. To get to Xanadu, and not just as a trivial tourist, but to visit this legendary place during the festival. The ticket cost a lot of money, and even more effort just to get it. You couldn't get tickets to the festival in the mall next door. As a result, Yuri was almost bankrupt, but that was nothing compared to the opportunity to attend the festival. And it did not matter that this time the festival was not quite in line with Yuri's work. These events did not take place often. Yuri remembered only one festival 40 years ago when he had just started attending art school. And now it's coming. A new festival, a grand event, which will bring together millions of the best dancers from all known worlds. The best of the best from every corner of the galaxy. In fact, the festival has already begun. All halls, parks, stadiums, and spaces suitable for public entertainment had been given over to solo and group dance performances, including huge troupes, the likes of which no one in the human worlds could even imagine. Yuri remembered that he had heard about one dance company of the insectoid race Shext, which consisted of 200,000 dancers. A special place was set aside for them between the living branches of the Xanadu. A vast space was enclosed in a shell of force fields, and the vacuum in it was displaced by air. Beautiful swarms of dancers performed incredibly graceful pirouettes to infrasound music, creating the complex pattern of jeweled bodies and fluttering pearlescent wings. Of course, all the performances were broadcast for everyone to see. Any of Xanadu's residents and visitors could watch them by connecting their neural shunt to one of the many channels of the info network, and any of the audience could vote for their favorite dancer or troupe. There were no juries or complicated counting systems. Whoever got the most votes was the winner. The system seemed deceptively simple to the point of unreliability, but never once failed. The winner of all festivals was always a genius. However, this festival had one peculiarity. Almost everyone was sure in advance who would be the winner, because the great Nartaka himself was to arrive at the festival. The legendary mysterious dancer, whose performances had changed the lives of entire civilizations, even those with no inclination to romantic impulses. Those who treated the art as something utilitarian, Xanadu as a waste of resources, and its population as a crowd of idlers. And yet, after Nartaka's tour, these races suddenly developed a penchant for the beautiful, and one cybernetic civilization even set out to transform a neighboring globular cluster, following its newfound sense of harmony. Of course, the recordings of Nartaka's performances were sold in gigantic quantities, but all those who personally attended them were unanimous. The recordings do not convey even 1/100th of the impressions of the dance. Critics and choreographers repeatedly argued about the secrets of his mastery, dissertations, and monographs proliferated by the dozens, but he just kept dancing. Or she, or maybe even it. No one knew if Nartaka was a man, a woman, or something totally indefinable. In fact, no one knew even what race he belonged to. What was known was that his appearance could change significantly from performance to performance. It was possible with the modern level of cosmetic medicine, but many people claimed that Nartaka could change his appearance even while dancing, which was unbelievable. But many things about Nartaka seemed unbelievable. A subtle melodic tinkle informed the line of shuffling passengers that the teleporters were ready to begin departing for Xanadu Reception Terminal A5, the closest to the festival's main arenas. The stewards removed the barrier tape, and passengers began to enter the cabins that could teleport 2 persons simultaneously. Yuri was paired with a tall, swarthy man, a completely ordinary man without any additions or changes, but taller than Yuri by a head and of a very athletic build. The man intercepted Yuri's curious gaze and smiled warmly in response to the art historian's embarrassed smile. "It's okay, buddy," the tall man said. "I'm used to the curiosity of others. I'm a pretty big boy, even by my family's standards, and the Gambinos were always taller than average. My name is Eric Gambino, a specialist in, exotic arts." And he held out a large hand for a handshake. Yuri shook it fearfully, afraid that the big man would break his fingers, but Eric was apparently quite capable of controlling his strength, and the handshake was nothing more than a friendly, firm shake. Yuri Foss, art historian, specializing in Third Empire and Aldebaran Alliance paintings from the Great Transition. Gambino shook his head respectfully. "A fascinating period. I've always wanted to learn more about it, but I just haven't had, the time. But tell me, how do you study Aldebaran painting? Did you change your eyesight?" The Aldebarans, a humanoid race self-destroyed in internal wars more than 200 standard years ago, had the vision, and thus painting, heavily skewed toward the violet part of the spectrum. "I have implants," Yuri said. It was a question he'd heard countless times before, but he was pleased by the big man's interest and obliged to give a proper answer. "Aldebaran vision is, how should I put it, too specific to live with all the time, so I got the nano implants. They are not working constantly. I can turn them off and on whenever I want to." Gambino nodded. "I see. I too sometimes have to deal with, similar problems." Yuri wanted to ask what kind of problems a specialist in exotic arts might encounter and what kind of arts they were, but it was their turn to teleport. They stepped into the cabin, and a moment later, Xanadu welcomed them into a glittering embrace. Can you imagine a world that embodies absolute beauty? A world in which everything is pleasing to the eye. A world so beautiful that any intelligent being, whether human, humanoid, or any imaginable species, seems to be utterly devoid of any flaws while being in it. Becomes the ideal of its race, although it does not lose its individuality. They say that beauty standards vary from race to race, but Xanadu accommodates them all at once, bringing them together unfathomably into one harmonious whole. Impossible, you say? But neither is Xanadu, and yet here it is. Yuri had seen many masterpieces, but for the first time in his life, he was inside a masterpiece, the greatest he had ever seen, and certainly he had never dreamed of being a part of it. The most incredible feature of Xanadu was that by some miracle, any of its inhabitants, tourists, their luggage, and even trash, became part of the universal harmony of beauty. Yuri looked at his traveling companion and marveled at how much the big fellow had become like a god. Gambino winked. "First time on Xanadu, buddy? Yeah, it's a lot to get used to. It's my 3rd time here, and I still can't get used to it. Just a few moments ago, on the ship, you were just an ordinary man. No offense, buddy, right? And now I'm standing next to the most beautiful and wise art historian in the universe. Those Vions knew what they were doing. They really were. Yuri shook his head as if trying to banish the illusion. But it stayed. This was all real. He's on Xanadu. He thought about the several collections he had dreamed of visiting. All the best art collections were located on Xanadu, and if any were left elsewhere, it was only through ignorance, oversight, or the naive stubbornness of the owners. He thought of the inhabitants of Xanadu, with whom he dreamed of communicating in person rather than through hyperlinks, art historians, painters, and sculptors. He remembered about the festival. "Nartaka!" he blurted out, but came to his senses immediately. "I'm sorry, it just slipped out. You said this is your third visit to Xanadu? Then you must know how to navigate in this place. How do you get to the main festival hall?" "I have a ticket for tonight's performance of Nartaka." Gambino smiled broadly. "Buddy, this is not some crowded merchant station. This is Xanadu. Just go into the teleporter booth." "No, not that one. Those are for communicating with ships only. The inner ones are over there. So, you go into the booth and tell it your desired destination. You don't even have to say it out loud. Just make it clear in your mind. Wait. Let's make it simpler. I'll keep you company. As it happens, I also have a ticket." And Gambino gestured at the row of teleport booths, which looked like shimmering diamond jewelry. Yuri thought that these exotic arts seemed to bring in a good income, judging by the careless ticket Gambino had dropped. He had to sell his house on the Martian Riviera for his ticket. However, there was no time. It was only half an hour before Nartaka's performance will start. Like everything on Xanadu, the main festival hall was a work of art. From the circular stage in the middle, the bleachers spread out in a circular amphitheater, gradually becoming a giant hemisphere that converged somewhere in the sky. The hall had a capacity of 200,000 visitors. Although the farthest seats were nearly half a mile from the stage, special warp devices allowed each spectator to see and hear what was going on as if he were sitting in the front row. Special sectors were set up for races whose breathing and lifestyles were critically out of sync with oxygen species. Yuri parted ways with Eric Gambino at the entrance to the hall. Their seats were far apart, although there was no fundamental difference in where to sit. Tickets to the front row and the top of the hemisphere cost almost the same. Gambino shook hands once again and promised to find Yuri after the show. "It's easy," he said. "It's about the same as using a teleporter. Just imagine the person you want, and the mini-guide will tell you where to go." "And if the person doesn't want to be found?" Yuri asked. Gambino smirked. "Then it won't," he said. "But this is Xanadu. No one hides here." "We'll see you later. I hope Nartaka's performance goes without, surprises." And before Yuri could ask what surprises he meant, Gambino disappeared into the thick and colorful crowd of spectators. Yuri had expected the hall to buzz with so many people, but it was surprisingly quiet. Apparently, the warp field had also muffled the noise. As soon as he had gotten comfortable in his chair and marveled at the clear view of the stage, as clear as the front row, he heard a soft, gentle sound, and the lights in the auditorium began to go out, leaving only the stage flooded with sparkling light. At first, the sound was hushed, literally on the verge of being audible, but the volume gradually increased until the sound began to suggest a magical, iridescent melody, long and pulsating. Yuri knew that not all intelligent races perceived sound similarly, but he was sure Xanadu's magical equipment adjusted to each spectator. Moreover, he would not be surprised if he found out that they even heard different melodies according to the preferences of each race. The melody evolved, became more complex, and was enhanced by the lighting's whimsical play of color and brightness. It was like smokeless fireworks in a cave whose walls were lined with precious stones. But when the climax of the overture came, the music went silent for a moment. The lights went out, and when they came back on, Nartaka stood in the center of the stage. Yuri was surprised that he still thought of him as a man, although Nartaka began the dance in a female form this time. The face was impossible to see. It was shimmering and sparkling with dots of starry flame, but the figure was undeniably female, incredibly beautiful and mesmerizing. Nartaka stood with his arms slightly spread apart, his body tightly encased in the iridescent fabric of his dress. How would he dance in this? Yuri thought. But then Nartaka took a step forward. Yuri realized the dress was only an optical illusion below the waist, half hiding the legs, not restricting movement. The music rushed forward on the rolls of a complex rhythm, and Nartaka began to dance. Subsequently, it was difficult for Yuri to reconstruct the extravaganza of Nartaka's dance in detail. The great dancer flowed from one path to another as a mountain stream flows over boulders and ice flows, majestically, fiercely, smoothly, persistently. Sometimes he moved so fast that the eye did not have time to catch the movement, almost blurring from speed sometimes. Then he seemed to freeze on the spot, and only by comparing it with the images in the memory could one catch that he was still moving elusively, like a minute hand of the old mechanic watches. And he was changing shape. From a beautiful woman with a fiery glow instead of a face, he turned into a slender man dressed in coal-black tights, then again into a woman, but this time with a strange, almost triangular face. Then he became a man with an extra pair of arms. Yuri could swear he saw it. And his skin, this time wearing nothing but a loincloth, turned blue. By this point, Yuri had almost fallen into a hypnotic trance. The combination of the music of the spheres and the incredibly graceful and harmonious dance of Nartaka was taking him somewhere beyond the universe, and even the fact that the music and dance suddenly seemed to have some dark, threatening notes did not take him out of his immersion in the performance. And then suddenly, everything was cut off at once. Yuri experienced a shock. Just a moment ago, he was in the continuum of divine illumination of Nartaka's dance, and now he was sitting in complete silence and looking at the stage, where he saw two people, one of whom was lying down and the other standing over him and holding a weapon. The warp field worked as well as before, and Yuri realized that the man lying down was the dead Nartaka, and the assassin standing over him with a gun in his hand was Eric Gambino, a specialist in exotic arts. "I'm sorry for all the drama," Gambino said. They were sitting at a small cafe table in the so-called Greenhouse Complex 4, a vast continent-sized park permeated by a complex circulatory system of moving roads and paths, cafes and restaurants, artists' studios, and hotels. When the panic and chaos after Nartaka's murder had subsided, minor, really, since the majority of the audience considered it part of the intended finale, Yuri unexpectedly ran into Eric on his way out of the auditorium, and the latter suggested to go and sit somewhere. To his own surprise, and probably because of it, Yuri agreed. "Why haven't you been arrested?" he asked bluntly. "I don't know what happened there, but they should have detained you until all the circumstances are clarified. And who are you anyway?" Gambino was silent, tapping the fingers of his left hand on the amber tabletop. "I'm really an expert in, exotic arts," Gambino finally answered, "such as, for example, the specific dances of the late Nartaka. I followed him through a couple dozen systems before I caught up with him here. And I wasn't arrested because, of course, I didn't come here alone. The authorities are being dealt with by my colleagues, other exotic specialists. My one and only assignment was Nartaka. You were supposed to kill him? You're an assassin? Gambino grinned and shook his head. No, of course I wasn't. I was supposed to find out his goals and stop him if I had to. But couldn't you just ask? Or you just used to shoot people on sight? The phrase sounded much harsher than Yuri would have liked, but he was overwhelmed with emotion. Have you heard the legends of the great dance of the ancient gods? Gambino answered a question with a question. They are thousands of years old and come from the old earth. The legend that the gods once had a twofold dance, with its light side capable of creating worlds and its dark side capable of destroying them. Some ancient myths. Yuri shrugged. I've heard something like that. It's not my specialty. What does it matter? But it is my specialty, said Gambino. And as it turns out, it's much more real than just myths. We don't know where the Nartaka come from. Hell, we're not even sure if he's human. You've seen him change his appearance. He showed up on the edge of the galaxy 20 years ago. At least, that's as far back as we've been able to trace his past. He toured, first with a troupe, then he began to give solo performances. And with each performance, his fame and skill grew. Gradually, his personality began to grow rumors. I think you've heard them. The usual nonsense, Yuri nodded. Advertisements designed for primitive worlds, which after passing through fifth hands, turn into fairy tales. Calling rain to the desert, curing the plague, that sort of thing. I've even heard a crazy story about an asteroid being pulled away from striking the orbital. Gambino nodded as he spoke. They weren't fairy tales, he said. Yuri stared at him incomprehensibly. I beg your pardon? They weren't fairy tales, Gambino repeated with a sigh. He was really doing all of these things, and with each dance, his power grew. Don't look at me with that expression, he winked at Yuri. I haven't lost my mind or become an adept of the holy or divine Nartaka. But my organization started closely monitoring him a few years ago. Your organization? Well, yes, the committee of, exotic arts specialists I work for. People are accustomed, to thinking that, apart from the forces of nature, only science can pose a threat. But the arts are also very powerful. You're a man of arts, you understand. The Vayons, for example, knew that for a fact. We took him seriously after Nartaka resurrected with his dance the colonists who died of poisoning on Frazetta 4. Wait a minute, Yuri said, thinking hard. But you said that Nartaka devoted himself, so to speak, exclusively to the creative side of the dance. What happened here on Xanadu, and why were you so sure it had to happen? Before answering, Gambino raised his head and looked through the dome of the force fields at the fractal weave of Xanadu's structures. The platform with the park was facing inward into the vast complex, so that the sky was always illuminated with diamond-like reflections. Only one sky sector showed a massive, colorful gas nebula framed by several multicolored stars. The nebula was called the Veil of Sleep, and was believed to be a colossal work of art created by the Vayons. Art and creativity cannot have boundaries, or they cease to be art and creativity, he said thoughtfully. As soon as we realized that Nartaka was following the path of the twofold dance, we realized that one day he would also turn to the dark side of it. It's no coincidence that it happened here, because Xanadu is the epitome of beauty. It was only logical for absolute chaos to be born from absolute harmony. Yuri suddenly remembered the chill that had run down his spine when Nartaka's dance had suddenly taken on an ominous, horrible echo, just before the gunshot. You mean you barely made it? He asked. What if you had fired just a little later? Will we all be doomed or what? Gambino smiled sadly. I wish it were so, he said. What makes you think I did? He pointed to the veil of sleep, and Yuri was horrified to see that 3 of the 9 lights at the edges of the veil had gone out, and a giant blot of coal blackness was spreading across the nebula itself. The war between chaos and harmony has begun, said Gambino. Do you know any prayers appropriate to the occasion? Only a proverb, said Yuri. Ars longa, vita brevis. An apt saying. Gambino nodded and looked up at the sky again. Ars longa, you say? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Imagine a dazzling jewel, a weave of diamond fractal patterns populated by the galaxy's most creative inhabitants. Art is Xanadu's very essence, the great heart of the galaxy, pumping the blood of beauty through the channels of its soul. If you fail, don't worry, for it may not matter now. For humans, blood contamination is often fatal, but who knows what results contamination of beauty will lead to. Imagine a galaxy that has become sick with chaos. If you fail again, just look around.
The next story is Gathering the Empire.
Kamal deactivated the buffer field, and the jungle sounds flooded the dome. It was as if the interior immediately became more cramped. The clatter of large raindrops on the shell, the rustling of leaves, the whistling and shrieking of tree dwellers, the shrill cries of funny little 6-legged amphibians, which of course were immediately dubbed frogs. A symphony of pure, almost untouched by civilization nature. Unfortunately, it was not to be enjoyed for long. Captain Ochoa had already ordered the base to shut down, and most research parties had returned to the ship. Kamal had barely managed to get permission to stay 2 more days to attend the Unity ritual. Strictly speaking, this is outside the scope of our mission, Ochoa said when Kamal made his request. The final report is almost ready, and it basically says that the planet is of no interest to us. It's poor in minerals, too far from strategically important areas, and the population is too small and primitive to be considered a potential source of labor or a mobilization resource. But the captain stopped Kamal with a gesture of his hand. However, I will grant your request. Your socio-psychological assessment of the local population is essential to the report. I realize there are other priorities besides military intelligence for a scientist like you. I don't want anyone to make claims against Starfleet Command for damaging the interests of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. He grinned. Unofficially, Kamal. I just want to help your career. I don't know much about primitive cultures or exoplanetary ethnography, but if you say there's something about these Casalians that makes you want to spend 2 more days on this godforsaken planet, I believe you. I hope you can squeeze a good thesis out of them. Sir, the myths of the Casalians have a clear paleo-contact theme. This is the first time we've encountered such a thing at such a great distance from the core systems. It suggests that the dispersion may have begun much earlier than previously thought, perhaps even before the rise of the first Terran hegemony. That could overturn a lot of assumptions about history, sir. That's why I'm giving you an extra 2 days, Ochoa said. Don't think we're all shallow soldiers who can't see beyond our uniforms. I am well aware of the importance of a full and accurate knowledge of history for imperial science. The Empire's greatness stems directly from its great past. But only for 2 days, not an hour more. Your station will be evacuated in 48 hours, and we will leave immediately. It's time to go home. Kamal started to thank him, but Ochoa stopped him again. No need, Kamal. We're all working for one cause. And what cause could be more important than the good of the Empire? Now, as he gathered his thoughts before the Unity ritual to which he had been personally invited by the chief shaman of the Yellow Water tribe, Satval, Kamal was coming to realize that his personal motives were probably not as lofty as Captain Ochoa had made them out to be. He didn't care about the Empire's greatness or even the opportunities in the academic world that would open up to him after successfully defending his thesis. Right now, he was more interested in unraveling the mystery of the origin of the local myths. They told of how the sky gods had populated the great world, the planet Casal III, by arriving on great celestial rafts. This was very interesting since, until now, it was assumed that Casal III lay far beyond the borders of the dispersion, the great dispersal of humanity across the local sector of the galaxy, and the Casalians were undoubtedly of the human race. The DNA tests were quite unequivocal. There was a quiet knock at the door. Kemal glanced at the exterior view screen. Modwag, Satwal's nephew, was standing at the door. Despite the rain, he wore only a loincloth and, in addition to it, a sling with a bag of narrow leaves over his shoulder and, in his right hand, the long spear that all men of the tribe carried. Large droplets glistened on his dark skin, his short-cropped hair glistening from the moisture that had soaked it. Modwag waited patiently, almost motionless, only blinking occasionally to keep the water running down his face out of his eyes. Kamal got up from the table, picked up the bag of filming equipment from the bed, threw the hood over his head, and stepped out of the dome. The jumpsuit immediately turned on the static field that repelled water, and a cloud of light water dust surrounded Kamal as big raindrops were dissipated by the field. "The ritual will begin at sunset," Modwag said. The compact language processor translated his jerky clicking speech into standard Terran, broadcasting the translation through the earpiece button in Kamal's left ear. "Satval is waiting." The Casalian turned and strode off down the narrow path that wound through the scrubby edge of the forest deep into the jungle. Kamal followed him. He was not surprised at Modwag's seeming unfriendliness. Restraint was considered one of the chief virtues of men in the Yellow Water tribe, and Modwag was a man of few words, even by local standards. Modwag walked fast, but not too fast, making sure the clumsy alien didn't fall behind or get lost. Kamal once tried to explain to him that he had a navigator, a special device that memorized the way and would always lead him to the right place, but Modwag shook his head as if he were listening to a child telling him some childish tale. "You have to feel the jungle. You must grow up in it, and only then will you feel at home." That was a truth that all Casalians absorbed with their mother's milk. Kamal couldn't help but recognize that there was some sense in this approach. As good as navigational equipment was, the most direct route in the jungle was not necessarily the easiest. In some places, the jungle became a completely impassable chaos of old fallen trunks, impenetrable undergrowth, and muddy ravines. Good thing there were no large predators or poisonous animals on Casal III, except for brightly colored slugs and snails that could spoil the day of a person who touched them carelessly. Another argument in favor of the Terran origins of the Casalians, Kamal thought, as he ducked under the lianas that hung low over the trail. Local evolution was clearly not even two-thirds of the way to the emergence of primates or similar potentially sentient species. It was strange, of course, that the Casalians had been stuck in the Stone Age and had failed to populate any significant areas. There were 4 continents on Casal III, but humans only lived in a relatively small area of one of them. Perhaps today, at the Unity ritual, when the most intimate tales of the tribe's history would be told, he would be able to clarify something. A warm yellow light flashed through the dense foliage. A few moments later, Kamal, who had fallen a little behind his guide, emerged from the thicket into a spacious clearing, in the center of which a fire was burning under a tall, large canopy. It sometimes occurred to Kamal that the Herculean efforts of the Casalians to procure dry fuel in a jungle soaked with moisture might prove to be the decisive factor holding back their progress. The Kassalians used firewood sparingly, although the jungle was not hot during the season of the south winds, and such impressive fires were lit only in honor of important events, such as the Ritual of Unity. Kamal had never been able to get any clear information about the ritual. Satwal and the other elders were very vague about it. Kamal understood only that the ritual referred to the ancient history and lore of the Kassal, and that it somehow united the tribe and brought a special meaning to the lives of each of its members. However, no one had been able or willing to explain to Kamal what that meaning was. All 11 elders of the Yellow Water tribe were sitting cross-legged around the fire. Kamal immediately noticed that one seat was empty and realized it was for him. Because of the constant rains, the Kassalians did not practice body painting, for it would all be quickly washed away anyway. But even with that in mind, Kamal was somewhat disappointed by the utterly ordinary appearance of the elders. Even Satwal, who came up to meet him, had no additional jewelry or trappings except for a carved pearl earring in his left earlobe, his status sign as chief shaman. Apparently, the restraint of manners had played its part here as well. Kamal obediently took Satwal's dark hand, followed him to the prepared place, and sank down on the unexpectedly soft bed of dried grass. The fire was almost blinding after the dark path through the jungle, but Kamal suddenly realized that the eyes of all the elders were on him. Strange. Satwal hadn't seemed to say it directly, but he'd made it clear that they were gathering on a traditional day, and Kamal was just lucky to be there. But now, Kamal had the impression that the whole thing was thrown just for his sake. Satwal gestured for Kamal to keep quiet and not ask any more questions, returned to his place, and sat down. Kamal expected some ritual action to begin, such as trance-inducing chants, perhaps some magical passes from Satwal or one of the other shaman elders, or at the very least, someone throwing a pinch of some magic herb into the fire, but nothing happened. Everyone just sat silently to the cheerful crackling of the fire and looked at Kamal. He felt the irritation gradually building up in him. Could this be just some kind of prank? In the entire month he had spent in contact with the tribe, Kamal had not noticed any tendency for twisted humor. The Kassalians behaved and joked like perfectly ordinary people, which they were, even if civilization had degenerated to Stone Age levels. To relax, Kamal watched the sparks flickering in the flames. They reminded him of the billions of stars that made up the galaxy, great sparks scattered across the vast expanse of space. A great bonfire of life twisted into a giant spiral, and in one corner of that spiral was the Earth Empire, rapidly expanding, gathering, and weaving into its body the countless fragments of humanity scattered across space in the distant past. Kamal could no longer see the campfire or the elders, only this starry spiral spinning faster and faster, attracting and beckoning, until, at last, it completely consumed his entire consciousness. So you are convinced we will not find any new data here? Captain Ochoa looked at the scientist carefully. Not so long ago, you were of a different opinion. Kamal shrugged. That's the nature of science. Some hypotheses become obsolete, others replace them, and scientific thought moves forward. The information I received while attending the Kassalian ritual has made me reconsider my views on the history of the planet's settlement. It has? So now you don't think it's the oldest discovered Earth colony? Ochoa smiled. I hope you're not going to say they're not Homo sapiens, because the DNA tests are unequivocal. The Kassalians are human. Kamal smiled too. No, of course, they are human. But the legends I've encountered during the ritual tell in some detail, albeit allegorically, of the arrival of the Kassalians on the planet. Apparently their ark ship fell through a hyperspace fluctuation, They were lucky. The fluctuation did not destroy the ship, but threw it far beyond the capabilities of the hyperdrives of the time. They ended up cut off from the habitable sector of the galaxy. No wonder they were so degraded. It had been almost 1,000 years since the fall of the first hegemony. Ochoa was thoughtfully silent, looking at the bust of the emperor that stood on a pedestal in the corner of the captain's quarters, as was required by statute. "This is a good lesson for us," he said at last. "Thanks to the greatness and wisdom of the imperial house, we can be sure that the empire will never suffer the fate of the first and second hegemonies, much less those poor colonists." "The empire is eternal," echoed Kamal. "And timeless," nodded Captain Ochoa. "That is why expeditions like ours are so important. Empire is not a political entity. It is the natural way of existence of the Homo sapien species. It's our sacred duty to bring together all the fragments that were once scattered across the galaxy, to reassemble the empire, and Casal, though not immediately, will also join the great family of humanity." He stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. "I await your final report as soon as you have made all final corrections. All hail the Empire." "Glory to the Empire," Kamal replied and left the captain's quarters. "What a strange concept," Modwag said, scratching his neck. "What's the count? Is it a 6th such race already?" "7th, if you count those lunatics in Sector 9 who blew up all their planets," Satval replied. "I'm beginning to think more and more that this crop is hopelessly screwed up. They all inevitably hit the same dead end." "Do you think it's time to waste all flock and start again?" Modwag wrinkled his nose in frustration. "I wouldn't want to. All that work and nothing to show for it. At least we had managed to reprogram the scientist a little. A brilliant specimen, by the way. By the livestock standards, of course." Satval shook his head. A mother-of-pearl earring, the reality controller, glinted brightly in the starlight. "I'm afraid they're hopeless. But I'm willing to give this crop another chance." He smiled. "No, let's make it 3 more chances. We'll bring the score to even. If 3 more plots are just as bad, then yes, we'll clean up the whole crop and start again." "I'll talk to the customers," Modwag said. "They won't be delighted, of course, but they have no choice but to listen to us. They've waited 1/3 of a big spiral turn. They'll wait a little longer." "This is the first time I've had such problems with an order." Satval shook his head unhappily. "I must have missed something in the design specifications. Otherwise, how do you explain that this disease develops independently in all populations? The Empire. What is this nonsense? How could a normal being even believe in such a stupid idea?" Modwag shrugged. "Fodder crops sometimes have strange abnormalities. Probably the effects of repeated crossbreeding. By the way, I've noticed another funny thing. Have you noticed that each population believes itself to be the original from which all others descended? Maybe that's where this strange idea of gathering the empire comes from." Satval looked at his assistant with interest. "Why, it could very well be. We'll have to consider it when planning the next breeding season. As for what to do with this harvest, we'll proceed as planned. We have a decision to make after inspecting the 10th plot." He was quiet for a moment. "They're gathering the empire. To think of it."
The next story is Tunnels of Jericho.
"I don't like it," Milosh said, staring at the black hole of the tunnel system's entrance that looked like a giant reptile's throat. "Not that I'm claustrophobic, but I don't like caves, especially not here on Jericho." "Come on," Chung said, pulling up the straps of his backpack. "A little buzzing and whistling is no big deal. Think about what's waiting for us when we find Sorensen. 100 pounds of crystal mushroom spores is enough to stop this endless tramping all over the Federation. He glanced back at the shuttle some distance away, from which Wanda was just getting out. "What's up?" he asked her. Wanda looked at the small scanner screen attached to her forearm. "The signal is weak, of course. No wonder, going through that thick rock. But still, the bearing is stable. The problem is, we don't have a map, so we're pretty much guessing our way through." "Well, if Sorensen got up there, then we will too," Chang said. "What if he was trapped by a rock slide?" Milosh asked. "We will chisel with a pickaxe?" "There are no rock slides on Jericho." Wanda looked at Milosh as if he were a retard. "These are not natural caves. Or have you changed your mind? We'll gladly split your share." Milosh looked at the gloomy hole in the black-red rocky slope. Of course, Wanda was joking about sharing his share of the spores. After all, he'd been the one who'd gotten the info where Sorensen had crashed his ship. Instead of hauling the small cargoes, which no self-respecting galactic freighter would ever take on, and which was just enough to cover operating expenses, the partners and owners of the starship Rosinante had a chance to make a big score at once. 100 pounds of crystal mushrooms could easily fetch more than 10 million unicredits. Milosh sighed. "I still don't like it," he repeated. "Sorensen didn't return from there. What could have happened to him?" Chang shrugged nonchalantly. "That's what we'll find out," he said. "I think he just went out there without a scanner and got lost. Are we going or not?" The tunnel entrance loomed above them like a giant mouth frozen in an eternal yawn. The planet Jericho was discovered about 150 years ago, a completely unremarkable Earth-type world with 3 continents and a temperate climate. Such worlds were abundant in the galaxy, and Jericho was so far from any inhabited places that no one desired to colonize it. However, interest in the planet arose for the same reason it received its biblical name. Almost all of its crust was penetrated by a network of tunnels of incredible complexity, clearly of artificial origin. There was a constant air movement in the tunnels, and an astonishing pipe organ of planetary proportions sounded. Somewhere, it was a howl. Somewhere, it was a whistle. Somewhere, it was a barely audible whisper. It was the missionary ship of the Catholic Academy of New Rome that discovered the planet. The captain called the planet Jericho. The missionaries had no use for the planet, since it had no population to baptize and bring them the word of God, so they took a short glimpse of the tunnels and flew away, listing the planet in the Universal Registry. Then the Federation's long conflict with the Sulpadians began, and everybody got more urgent matters on their hands than the distant, enigmatic wonders. There were enough artifacts of the precursors in the galaxy, and all of them were stranger and more incomprehensible than one another. Jericho was safely forgotten. It remained forgotten until pirates damaged Jan Sorensen's ship, which was trading with the miners of Electra, and Sorensen landed on the planet. The ship carried nearly 2,000 pounds of crystal mushrooms, a tidy sum for any thug. The bandits were on his tail, so Sorensen loaded as much of the precious merchandise into his backpack as he could and went into the tunnels. His hopes paid off in one respect. The pirates were too lazy to follow him into the labyrinths of Jericho. They decided they were good enough with what they had, took all the mushrooms from Sorensen's ship, and flew away, blowing up the merchant's ship to cover their tracks. The pirates were pinned down and boarded by the patrol a few months later. But Sorensen didn't even live to see the disappointment of being unable to get off the planet, disappearing into the tunnels without a trace. The patrol flew to Jericho and found the remains of Sorensen's ship, but found no trace of its owner and left. 6 months had passed since the crash, and the chances of Sorensen still being alive were nil. As it always goes, all documents and reports on the Sorensen case were instantly drowned in the bottomless archives of the patrol, until a couple of years later. They were dug up by a distant relative of Milosh, who worked in the organization. That's how Milosh, Wanda, and Chang ended up on Jericho. "It's not so bad," Chang said, adjusting the collar of his laryngophone. "I thought it would be one hell of a noise." "Jericho's tunnels are barely explored," Wanda replied. "The missionaries landed on another continent and haven't gotten into the system much. The papacy had not yet decided which department originated the precursors, divine providence or its antagonists. The few people who have been in the tunnels say that it's as luck would have it, and the environment can change. But no one had really gone deep into the tunnels." They had been walking for the second hour, and so far they had not encountered anything more severe than the shrill whistle that suddenly struck them at one of the crossroads. It was more unexpected than unpleasant, and the laryngophones and active noise-canceling headphones seemed an unnecessary precaution. Nevertheless, the Jericho tunnels could not be called quiet. Of course, the Resonance crew members had no special speleological experience, but each had visited some caves on different worlds once or twice. The farther away from the entrance, the quieter it was. That was the general rule. Here, however, things were very different. There were whistles, rustles, and strange noises, like distant cries of some animals or even indistinct phrases in fish language, despite Jericho's tunnels being completely devoid of fauna. "It's still kind of spooky," Milosh said. "These sounds give me the creeps. The sooner we get out of here, the better." Chang snorted. "Stop whining. There's no monsters here, for God's sake." He looked at Wanda. "But I agree with him. Wandering around for hours doesn't feel like much fun. Some bloody maze. Where the hell is Sorensen? I thought we were supposed to make a quick run and get the loot. But how long do we have to hang around?" Wanda shook her head. "It's still a little over 5 clicks away, but there are no straight lines here. The scanner only shows a bearing on Sorensen's hyperbeacon. We have to find our way through the tunnels ourselves. No one's ever mapped this part of Jericho. We're the first ones here. By the way, we might even be able to sell the scanner footage to a university. Not much compared to crystal mushrooms, but money is money." "That's right," Chang nodded. "So let's hurry up, before our chicken friend shits his pants." And he strode forward. Milosh was not offended. He knew that Chang's ostentatious bravado and rudeness were just a mask to cover the same insecurity and fear. The tunnels of Jericho were quite unlike any natural cave system found on any planet. Almost circular in cross-section, about 20 feet in diameter, they looked like they had been burned through the rock by some gigantic glowing worm. The walls were covered with strange protrusions, smoothly undulating into each other, evoking unpleasant associations with the entrails of an animal. The realization that the network of tunnels entangled the entire planet only added to the uncertainty. It was like many, even excellent swimmers, could feel uncomfortable on the ocean's surface several miles deep. Once in a while, the tunnels led out into spacious halls, each with several entrances. There were also dead ends, usually ending in a smaller grotto. As the party moved deeper into the labyrinth, a red grid of explored tunnels appeared on the scanner screen, gradually growing toward the green dot of the Sorensen hyperbeacon. Gradually, the noise in the tunnels grew louder. So far, the whistling, howling, and other strange sounds created by air movement along the protrusions on the walls, though Milosh could not say he felt any strong wind, were tolerable. The slowly intensifying noise even came in handy, as it drowned out Chang's incessant nervous chatter, which didn't stop for a moment. Now Chang was walking behind, 30 paces behind Wanda and Milosh, and was constantly telling jokes, poking fun at his partners, telling some fantastic and ridiculous stories from his life, and even occasionally belting out a song from his Docker past. His musicianship was at level 0, so from Milosh's point of view, there wasn't much difference between Chang's singing and the noise in the tunnels. At some point, they had to finally put on their headphones, turn on the active noise canceling, and switch to laryngophone communication. The wind gusts became stronger, and the noises in the tunnels became a deafening roar in which, nevertheless, individual tones and sounds could be discerned from time to time. The red grid was inexorably approaching the coveted green marker, and even Chang stopped joking, obviously crushed by the growing tension. At last, the tunnel ended with an exit into the hall, and in the light of the powerful flashlights, Milosh saw what they had come for. Sorensen was lying under the wall, his head resting on a bulky backpack. The Jericho tunnels were dry and sterile, almost like in a surgery room. So Sorensen's body was not decomposed. It dried up into a mummy, like the ones Milosh had seen in the historical museum on Gilgamesh 2, where they'd been stuck for 3 months because of a hyperdrive malfunction. As they approached, Milosh carefully pulled the backpack out from under the dead man's head and peered inside. The backpack was stuffed almost to the brim with neat rectangular briquettes, vacuum packs of crystal mushroom spores. Jesus! Wanda's squeezed voice came through the headphones before Milosh could say anything. Look at this. Milosh raised his head and looked where the beam of Wanda's flashlight was pointing. Sorensen had obviously spent a lot of time in this room before death gifted him its final mercy. The wall, for several dozen paces in either direction, was covered with inscriptions, strange diagrams, and drawings. Sorensen scratched the letters and lines into the hard rock with a knife, and when the blade was worn down almost to the hilt, he used steel buckles from his clothes and backpack. Their remnants were lying around on the floor. Milosh immediately imagined the room of a madman, as they are portrayed in hollow movies. Indecipherable writings crawled on top of each other, the essence of surrealistic drawings barely visible through the chaos of frantic strokes. Crooked, asymmetrical mandalas covered most of the wall, with some mathematical formulas and scraps of words squeezed between them. Poor guy, Milosh said. But I can understand him. Getting lost in this place with all this noise, it's hard not to go mad. Indeed, the roar was so loud now that it was even partly breaking through the active noise reduction. If it hadn't been for the throat mics, they would have had to communicate by gesture or write notes to each other. Wanda scrutinized Sorensen's work. Something's not right here, she said, pointing to a wall section. It's not just nonsense. It's some kind of frequency calculation. Looks like Sorensen was trying to pick something out of the sounds of Jericho. Milosh stepped closer and took a closer look, but the formulas didn't catch his eye. It was the scrawled phrase, "He won't let me out. He's interested." Poor Sorensen, he thought, completely flew off the handle. Where's Chang? Wanda suddenly asked. Milosh looked around. Indeed, Chang was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, he had fallen behind at some point and turned the wrong way. Chang! 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 They shouted for several minutes, to no avail. The weak radio signals couldn't penetrate the rock. Nothing could penetrate it except the signal of a hyperbeacon. But Chang didn't have one. A hyperbeacon, strictly speaking, was not designed for hiking. It was a navigational emergency device. Sorensen had taken it out of the ship while running from the pirates, hoping that somebody would eventually find him. Well, they did. Sort of. He has a scanner, Wanda finally said. It can be tuned to both Sorensen's beacon and the shuttles. He'll get out on his own. We can't look for him now. It would take forever. Milosh hesitated. On the one hand, giving up so easily on his lost comrade felt a betrayal. On the other, he knew that Wanda was right. Chang was not a little boy lost in the forest next door, and he had a scanner with a schematic that would quickly lead him out of the tunnels. Milosh dropped his backpack on the floor next to Sorensen's body. Let's load the stuff, he said. It'll be a little heavy for two, but we can manage. and then maybe Chang will show up. The howl seemed to lower in pitch and subside a little. Nevertheless, preoccupied with packing the mushrooms as evenly as possible into the backpack, Milosh realized they were being shot at only when the bullet broke off a large chunk of rock near his head. It took another moment for Milosh to understand what was happening, and then he picked up his backpack and rushed toward the nearest tunnel entrance. "Wanda, run!" He hoped that Wanda wouldn't hesitate. There was no time for explanations. Ducking into the tunnel, Milosh turned off the flashlight and pressed himself against the wall so that one of the hillocks would shield him from the gunman. The beam of light slid down the tunnel entrance and went farther away. Chang had obviously lost him. "Wanda!" "I'm all right." A woman's voice came through the headphones, then immediately fell silent. Chang could hear their conversation and could figure out where they were hiding. What to do? Milosh didn't have a weapon. It had never occurred to him to take it into Jericho's lifeless tunnels. Chang was the only one who carried a gun everywhere, justifying it as a habit developed during the Hopper Station dockers' riots. "Chang, are you crazy?" Wanda asked. "You're not a pilot. You can't leave Jericho without us. What's gotten into you?" No response. Only the beam of the flashlight fiercely stroked the walls of the hall. "Chang, do you copy? Drop the gun and calm down." Shots rang out again. Milosh suddenly froze. He actually heard gunshots, muffled by the noise suppressors but perfectly distinct. And it felt like... He carefully removed the massive headphones. There was complete silence in the tunnels, broken only by Chang's footsteps and his incessant muttering. "Everyone will stay here, everyone. All of them. Of us, of them. Here, 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 here. There is no way out. There is no way out. There is no way out. No, no, no." "Chang," shouted Milosh, hoping the echo would hide his location. In the sudden silence, the sound rang out under the vaults of the hall. Milosh cautiously peered out. The flashlight beam whirled in all directions as Chang began to look around. More gunshots rumbled, turned by the echoes into thunderous reverberations. It seemed to Milosh that the thunderclaps did not subside, but became a low rumble somewhere on the edge of audibility, making his heart ache and giving him goosebumps. "Ah!" The half-cry, half-moan was filled with such pain that Milosh flinched and, against his will, looked out again. Chang lay curled up in the middle of the hall in a bright spot of light from Wanda's flashlight, who was standing at the entrance to another tunnel in which she had recently been hiding. "He must have run out of ammunition," Wanda said. "I was counting. He always carried only 2 clips. Milosh took a few steps toward Chang. "What's wrong with him? Did you take him out?" Wanda shook her head. "No, I don't know. He seems to have gone crazy too, like Sorensen." Milosh smirked sarcastically. "Or just decided to take it all for himself." He took a few more steps forward. "Shit, I don't feel so good," he said, feeling nauseous and heavy in his chest. "It's not every day I get shot at, you know." He wanted to walk over to Chang and check on him, but suddenly he bent in half and threw up. A wave of black despair and fear rose up from somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, almost crushing his will. Milosh felt his knees buckle. "This way, Milosh!" Wanda's shout pulled him out of the mire for a second. Milosh thought he was running like hell for this shout, though Wanda said later that he staggered like a blind drunk. "Let's get out of here, quick." Milosh, as if through a cloudy glass, saw Wanda's face distorted with fear and excitement. To where? Wait, 5 minutes? He had to rest, immediately. Lie down here against the wall. It's so comfortable. Wait, I'm just a little... There was already someone lying against the wall. That's great. They'll rest together. The flashlight beam struck the person lying there, and Milosh looked at the skinny skull of a mummy. The hazy bubble that had enveloped Milosh's consciousness burst. He staggered, but still kept himself on his feet and looked at Wanda. "Let's go. But you'll have to help me. I'm a little out of shape." "You know, the scientific prize can be much more than just a cartographer's payment," said Wanda. "So many people have been to Jericho, and not one guessed what it was. Everybody thought it was just another useless precursor gimmick. No big deal. Tens of thousands are all over the galaxy." "We got half the loot," Milosh said. "Even without the prize, it's a decent sum, especially since we'll be splitting it between the two of us now." They were sitting in the wardroom of the Rocinante, which Wanda had just put into hyperjump to Mycenae, the nearest Federation world. "I feel sorry about Chang," Wanda said. "He wasn't such a bad guy after all. But ironically, we'd all still be there if it weren't for him, like Sorensen." Milosh stretched and immediately grimaced in pain. His whole body still ached, down to the last muscle. "As I view it, if anyone should be thanked, it's you. You were the one who realized what was going on in time, even though we both saw the Sorensens' scribbles." Wanda shrugged it off. "I think you would have figured it out too, if you'd had a little more time. We were lucky that Chang started shooting in all directions. It drew attention to him, and he was the first to get hit. The infrasound attack," Milosh shook his head. "You know, that was the worst thing I've ever experienced in my life. I'll never set foot on this damn planet again." "And you were only the collateral hit," Wanda remarked. "Chang was the focus of the attack. I felt something too, but it didn't hit me as hard, and then I got it. Most of Sorensen's writing was too illegible to make anything out, but something suddenly made sense. 7 hertz, 12 hertz, 20 hertz, resonant frequencies that depress the psyche, make you seasick, and affect the heart." "I didn't even know that," Milosh said. "It was just some random numbers to me." He was quiet for a moment. Holy crap, an acoustic computer the size of a planet with an infrasound immune system. You can't think of anything like that. "It was in Sorensen's notes too," Wanda said. "I managed to capture some of it. These alleged mandalas are his attempts to draw a schematic of such a computer. Primitive, of course. I think by that moment he was totally crazy from exhaustion and despair. Jericho wouldn't let him out, stopping him with infrasound. He probably wanted to study him further, because anything that makes noise to Jericho is like an infection or parasite. The problem was that Sorensen was hardly giving him much information, except that maybe he started talking to himself towards the end. Jericho can only perceive sound. That's why he reacted to us, especially Chang." Milosh nodded. "Jokes, songs, and then the shooting. Damn, it wasn't some crappy bacteria. I bet for Jericho, it felt like a real sonic beef tapeworm." "Yeah, it's hard to imagine how an acoustic computer the size of a planet could work. How does it regulate sound? What does it do? What does it know about the world around it? It's always like that with precursor artifacts." Wanda stared pensively at the ceiling and suddenly giggled. Milosh looked at her questioningly. "You know, I've been many things in my life," Wanda said. "Student, waitress, Star Academy cadet, pilot, hustler, nurse, wife, lover. 1,000 different roles." She chuckled once more. "But I've never been a microscopic migraine inducer before."
The next story is Million Names of the Demon.
Chikatrul knew that dealing with this demon would not be easy. He'd been conjuring demons all his life, having inherited the vocation from his father and the latter from his grandfather. The chain goes back to a time when demons ruled the world, and the people were in bondage. Now everything has changed. The great demon empire has weakened, and the people have managed to regain their freedom. But the demons have never given up on trying to turn the people back into powerless slaves. But the spellcasters were always ready. The demons never caught the people off guard. Plus, they've long since mastered the demons' languages, and many of them have been able to talk their names, which, as everyone knows, means they have complete power over demons. The spellcasters of the people have learned to defend themselves against demons with the help of other demons. Now, there was a very different case. This new demon, it was different, unlike the ones spellcasters usually had to fight. First of all, this demon had its own people. They were unlike the tribesmen of Chakatrul or any other clan, but they were definitely human. And it seemed that unlike the demons Chakatrul was accustomed to, this demon took good care of its slaves. The slaves looked well-fed, wore nice, though unaccustomed-looking, clothes, and seemed quite content with life. And yet they were slaves. Chakatrul could clearly hear the orders the demon was giving them, which the human ear could not hear, but the spellcaster could discern. Chakatrul knew instantly that he had to fight this new demon. The demon was dangerous. The clansmen had already interacted with his slaves, and some had become embarrassed. They saw a seeming prosperity in the demon's slaves that they had not yet seen in the other slaves or even in the free people. This demon had to be subdued, or he might subjugate everyone to himself. On the other hand, if you could wield the demon's full power, Chakatrul was even afraid to dream of how life could change for the people. They managed to get close enough to the demon without too much trouble so that Chakatrul could hear all its commands. The demon's orders came in a language Chakatrul didn't understand, but that wasn't what he was after. Comfortably ensconced in a small cave where no casual eye could detect them, Chakatrul nodded to the two young warriors who had come with him. They were his guards. When Chakatrul entered the demon caster's trance, the world around him would cease to exist. The warriors were his kin. He trusted them unconditionally. Without even looking at the warriors who stood at the cave's entrance, pointing their spears toward the outside world, Chakatrul touched his massive metal earrings with both hands and closed his eyes. He knew that weaker spell casters use special potions or chants to induce trance, but he only needed the earrings amulets that his great-grandfather had once snatched from a powerful demon. Chakatrul squeezed the earrings with his fingers and immediately felt a slight burning sensation in his earlobes, followed by a warmth that gradually spread through his body to the tips of his toes. At the same time, his skin became insensitive, his ears deaf, and before his closed eyes, a tangle of glowing lines appeared out of the darkness, woven into a bright ball of light where the strange demon had been. Somewhere in the distance were other, weaker ones. Chakatrul noticed that they were all receding. I wonder, he thought, if the demons are afraid of this new alien too. It must be defeated before it's too late. Chakatrul took a deep breath, shaking off the indecision remnants, and took hold of the nearest force line to the demon. Sparks sprang from the outer layer of the spells that protected the demon. Chakatrul didn't feel them, although he had never dealt with such powerful demonic magic. He brushed the sparks aside and struck the first blow. The line curved, then gave way. In his mind's eye, Chakatrul saw a confusing array of symbols. He couldn't read them, but he didn't need to. If he could remember them, he could play them back at just the right moment and move one step closer to the demon's mind. The demon's first name was revealed. 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 remained. Chakatrul took up the next line. The people need his success. When he learns the demon's last true name, he can completely bend it to his will. And who knows what opportunities this will open for the people. I'm telling you, there's something fishy going on. Nobody could read anything on Naraoka's face, but Scanson could sense the tension in his friend's voice. Pereira is very pedantic. I don't remember him ever missing a session. Scanson leaned back and nervously drummed his fingertips on the armrest. He was familiar with Judson Pereira, the commander of the Magellan Scout. It was not in Judson's character to remain silent for 2 days like this. Besides, Pereira wasn't the only one on board the Magellan. The Scout's crew numbered 6 men, all of whom were well aware of the Exploration Corps Code of Conduct, which required that communications be checked once every 24 hours. But what could have happened? "They're working on Kinrad 3, right?" Scanson asked. He had 42 scouts under his command as commander of the 2nd Base Corps, and they changed targets frequently. Hard to remember all the targets. Naraoka nodded. "Dead artificial world in the Sigma sector. 3 centuries of nanoplague had turned it into a pile of scrap metal, but it used to be one of Galnet's most important communication centers. It's nothing special. We've examined more than a dozen of those, except Kinrad is larger, almost like a real planet. Pereira planned to spend another week there. They found some functioning systems." "No humans survived?" Scanson inquired. "As usual, a few tribes of savages." Naraoka shrugged. "Almost Stone Age, though it would be more likely to be called metallic on the artificial planetoid. They cluster around the former agriculture centers, growing vegetable gardens. The ethnologist in Pereira's group is thrilled. Poor bastards developed an interesting and unusual cult, something to do with the deification of technology. Well, it's hard to blame the disappearance of a scout down to savages," said Scanson thoughtfully. "You can't shoot down the spaceship with the arrows. But something happened." "The next session is in 3 hours," Naraoka said. "We'll wait. And if they miss it too..." Scanson stood up decisively. "Then we'll send out a rescue party," he said. "Something must be wrong down there." Naraoka stared after the base commander in silence until the door closed behind him. Chikathrul was triumphant. He'd just revealed the demon's last true name. Of course, it wasn't easy for him. Chikathrul hadn't felt his body during the demon duel. Still, he knew from experience what it looked like now, all sweaty, chest heaving and falling, limbs twitching involuntarily, eyeballs spinning convulsively under closed eyelids. The sight might have frightened the untrained man, but the men guarding Chikathrul were no strangers to it. They had accompanied him on other campaigns against demons before. Chikathrul pulled himself together, grabbed the thickest glowing line in the demon's heart, and drove a long string of incomprehensible symbols that made up the demon's true name. At first, nothing happened, and then the universe exploded around Chikathrul. Out of the demon's heart came violent streams of blinding light, and the old lines began to burst one by one. Chikathrul felt the monstrous vortex pick him up and drag him to the center, where the overwhelming energy surged. He saw the smaller clusters of light go out. The demon's slaves, apparently, could not exist without their master's energy support. At the very last moment, he noticed a small blob of light fading just beyond and realized that it was himself, Chikathrul. "I am dead," the caster thought. At the same instance, his mind was flooded with an incredible sea of strange symbols, images, and associations, reflections of the endless worlds and strange creatures, the demon's regret over the dead slaves he called crew. They died when Chikathrul accidentally killed a younger demon called life support, and a sense of debt to another, more powerful demon nicknamed Base. Dumbfounded, the spellcaster suddenly realized that all of this had become his own feelings, because now he and the demon were fused together. He had become a demon, but he remained A Chakathrul, the spellcaster. He knew what he had to do. The demon, nicknamed Base, would soon be calling. Chakathrul will have time to prepare. Naraoka and Scanson stared tensely at the timer. At precisely 4 p.m. base time, Naraoka typed a command on the keypad and pressed enter. The icon for the start of the communication session lit up on the screen. Strange, Naraoka said. The communication channel is stabilized, but the Magellan is silent. Nothing is transmitted on the audio or video channel. Scanson did not answer. Suddenly, he leaned forward sharply and pointed to the flashing icon in the corner of the display. Something was coming through the channel after all. Naraoka clicked on the symbol, and it unfolded into a chart of information packets. In a second, he realized what they meant, and gasped. There's a hell of a lot of data here, and it all goes straight to the base's mainframe. I don't understand what it is. It's not our code. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Shut it down now. Scanson did not wait for the stunned communications officer to respond and struck the interrupt button himself. The flickering of numbers and symbols on the screen stopped. The icon disappeared, and the screen went out. Scanson met his gaze with Naraoka's and let the air out noisily. What was that? Scanson shrugged his shoulders. Someone or something, taking advantage of Scout's communications system, tried to infiltrate a Trojan software into our mainframe. I guess it won't be the rescuers flying to Kinrad now, but the second battle fleet of Sector Sigma. Naraoka shook his head. You think it's a nanoplague? I don't know. No, don't think so. It didn't look like a nanoplague. The attack was too targeted, too intelligent. Second Fleet will figure it out. Naraoka grinned. Yeah, I know Admiral Salgado's methods of sorting things out. A few missiles with chaos generators will solve any problems. Scanson grinned back, but the grin was crooked and strained. You know, I'm not sure that, given the circumstances, it would be such a bad decision. And as for the Admiral, the lights in the control room went out. For a few seconds, Naraoka and Scanson sat in complete darkness. Then their gazes were drawn to the display on the console, which had suddenly turned on. At first there were no images on it, then slowly, lines began to appear. I am Chakathrul. I am the demon caster. I have uncovered 1,000,000 names of the demon. I know its true name. Chakathrul and the demon are now one. The demon's slaves are my slaves. The demon has many slaves. The people will prosper. On the console, the indicators for communication channels with other bases, battle fleets, and ships began to light up.
The next story is God Doesn't Play Fake Dice.
Dead space silence. A lovely metaphor and, like most poetic imagery, completely meaningless. Of course, there are no sounds in the vacuum itself, nor can there be, since there is nothing for sound waves to exist in. But it doesn't matter to us humans, as we are never exposed to the vacuum. A human needs something to breathe. Air is bound to be around us. Even in a spacesuit, something is constantly humming. Radiocom is crackling with statics, the air supply is buzzing, and the fabric is rustling. The station or the ship is even noisier. Of course, the spaceship can't match the roar of marine engines, but it has enough of its own mechanisms to steal any remains of silence from its crew members. One would be surprised that despite all the soundproofing, there is so much noise in the spaceship. The psychological danger of silence quickly became an obsolete concept. There were such fears at the dawn of the space age. Who cares about the silence when you need to catch some sleep under the constant pressure of decibels, especially when you have zero chance to ever hear anything else? They say that old solutions are the best. Earplugs were invented long before the first spaceship was built. As for me, I can bear some noise. I spent almost half my life on stations and ships where you just can't sleep with earplugs. What if some alarm goes off? You get used to it. But now it doesn't matter. There's only two of us on the Lensman. One alive and one dead. It's a strange sensation to travel at mind-boggling speed through absolute emptiness in the company of a dead body. Honestly, Dr. Safronov was not a pleasant companion even when alive, but we got along somehow. In a year and a half, you get used to anybody. But the realization that a frozen corpse travels in the same space as you, even if you were not involved in the death, gives your life a special surreal touch. I considered throwing Dr. Safronov's body overboard, but the gravitational cocoon created by Scanslow's engines would still prevent him from moving away from the ship, dragging him with the same acceleration as the Lensman. The thought of Dr. Safronov accompanying me outside the ship gave me real creeps. So I left him in the freezer. It is silly, of course, that I ponder such things when everything has lost its meaning. 26 more days, and it's all over, once and for all. But the human mind is a tangled labyrinth in which many fears and regrets wander, unable to escape. And, if one is lucky, some residual hopes flicker. Like ghosts, they walk the dark recesses of my mind, doomed to disappear with it. The main occupants of my head right now, though, are memories. They fill my nights with dreams of the streets of various cities I've been to, the wonderful, busy streets where many people rush about their business, return home from work, or simply stroll leisurely, happy or sad about the passing day. They flow through me as I do daily ship systems check, as pointless as those checks are now, breaking into the clatter of familiar and forgotten voices and drowning out the blues playing in my headphones. Maybe by taking a strong sleeping pill or turning the sound up to full volume, I could eliminate them. But I can't do that. I don't know if I have the moral right to do so, but I feel obligated to give them my due. Remember the humanity that no longer exists. Remember it till my own end. The last station to go silent was Ishtar. I checked the quantum communication terminal first thing every morning, but it blinked a faint green LED, indicating that no messages had been received since the last check. I knew what this meant, and that there would be no miracle. But with the stubbornness of a looped algorithm, I repeated this simple action day by day. It had become a kind of silent sanity-saving mantra for me. I even sent a check message, knowing there could be no response. The green light was soothing, though I should have perceived it as the steady flicker of despair. There were 8 people living and working on the Ishtar station. Non-local communication is one of those cases where people actively use what they do not fully understand. At least the vast majority of them don't. Like me. I'm just an engineer. I know how our ship is built and how to repair any fails. But quantum mechanics is still terra incognita for me, despite the introductory course I once took at the university. Even Dr. Safronov, the one and great Nobel laureate Viktor Safronov, who received his award for discovering the principle of quantum non-local communication, when I asked him to explain this principle at an accessible level, only smiled sadly and shook his head. "Kaido," he said, "you're a good specialist, and I'm sure that if it were possible, you'd understand my explanation. The problem is, I don't have one." He shook his head again, and I thought I saw a flicker of despair in his gray eyes. Since the beginning of the 21st century, for almost 100 years now, we've known, and repeatedly confirmed experimentally, that Bell's theorem cannot be used for the practical transmission of information faster than the speed of light. And then I set up this damn experiment, and it turns out you can. Safronov looked me straight in the eye, and I saw the flood of darkest thoughts boiling behind his stare. "That's why we're here," he said, "to figure out what we've actually stumbled upon. But I'm afraid we will end up studying a barrel of explosives by throwing burning matches at it." His words made an oppressive impression on me. Even before my selection for Lensman's expedition, working on the cargo ship serving stations and settlements beyond Jupiter's orbit, I had heard rumors of increasing friction between the Nobel laureate and Hawking University management. Allegedly, Dr. Safronov almost demanded to immediately curtail all research on non-local communication and destroy all installations. I did not pay much attention to these rumors back then. So much weird stuff is circling around the net, and half of it is some apocalyptic mumbo-jumbo produced in an everlasting quest for ratings. But Dr. Safronov's words made me feel uneasy, like the burning matches at the gas station. Translating Dr. Safronov's poetic metaphor into everyday language, the mission of Lensman is mainly to experimentally test the possibilities of quantum communication. We had to determine at what distances it works, whether its efficiency drops, and so on. This science pleasure trip is insanely expensive, but given the potential capabilities, it's justified. Instantaneous communication, not limited by any distance. The dream of all space opera tyrants of the past. Even if it is limited so far to transmitting tiny packets of information, the main thing is to understand the principle, and then we will expand it. Now I understand why the respectable scientist went on a distant, long, the project duration is 5 years, and risky expedition together with a solid, but not too famous spaceman Kaido Raudsep. They must have been glad to get rid of Dr. Safronov. The dark prophecies of the genius are less likely to reach the public from outside the solar system. I remember very well the day when Earth stopped communicating. It was not an ordinary comm session. A series of experiments on transmitting-receiving extended packets of information was scheduled for that day. First, Earth was to communicate with a settlement on Pluto, then with the Ishtar station in the Kuiper belt, and then with the Lensman. 5.5 light hours, 3 light weeks, 2 light months. Packets were sent to each receiver at 15-minute intervals after the Pluto session. A quarter of an hour was needed for additional data verification, just in case. After 16 minutes, the red LED on the panel blinked and the message appeared on the screen. Earth is silent. Sessions with Pluto and us did not take place, and no signals incoming. Moon, Mars, Mercury, and Lagrange, 1 and 2 stations do not respond. Dr. Safronov, any thoughts? Robertson, Ishtar. I remember very well the look on Safronov's face. This must have been the look of a man who went to court to pay a parking ticket and learned that he had been sentenced to death, and the sentence would be carried out in an hour. He turned into a wax statue, even his eyes completely glazed over. He was only 42 years old, but at that moment, he looked like a 1,000-year-old mummy. After waiting for a while, I touched his shoulder. "Viktor Nikolaevich, I need to send an answer." Safronov didn't flinch, as I expected. He slowly turned his head and looked through me and beyond the ship's hull into the galactic expanse. "Answer." "Yes, answer." "Tell them I need to think. To make some calculations. Tell them I'll be in touch." He looked at his watch. "In 5 hours and 24 minutes. Until then, let them try to make contact." He stood up and walked uncertainly toward the exit. "Try to contact who?" Safronov looked me straight in the eyes. "Anybody who will answer," he said, "if anybody still can." My next 5 hours were a pure essence of the surrealistic nightmare. All over the solar system, one by one, the quantum comms of planetary stations, artificial satellites, mining villages in the asteroid belt, and those ships that were equipped with quantum communicators went silent. No one understood anything. Why were the installations shutting down? What could it be related to? The specialists in non-local communication were a scarce breed. Most of them lived on Earth or inter-system settlements, with which there was no communication. I tried several times to call Dr. Safronov and even knocked on his door, but he locked himself in his quarters and did not answer. He appeared on the comm bridge precisely 5 hours and 24 minutes later, exactly 3 minutes after Pluto had fallen silent. Like a rusted robot, he walked to the control panel and lowered himself into his chair at the terminal. "Is Pluto finished?" he asked, without looking at me. "Yes," I answered hesitantly. "Viktor Nikolaevich, what is going on?" Safronov pulled the keyboard to him and started typing. On the screen, one by one, the words appeared. "Jalen, I'm sorry. I was right. It's a phase transition. I'm sorry about what happened. I warned you. Safronov, Lensman." "Send it to Ishtar," Safronov said, getting up. "And go to bed. There's nothing more we can do here." 3 days later, Dr. Safronov committed suicide. He'd been dead for at least a few hours when I found him. On the shelf by the bed, I found several empty drug packages. I didn't bother to check out which ones. What difference did it make now? Even aspirin can be used as poison if you want to. By then, I'd found the message he'd left in the central database. "Kaido, I'm sorry to tell you this in absentia, but I'm afraid I just didn't have the strength to face you. Even now, I can hardly bring myself to type these words. Though my confession is irrelevant. The fact is that we have just destroyed our universe. The process has just begun and will take a very long time, but it is inexorable and irreversible, and all because arrogant humans have tried to outwit the laws of nature. Have you heard the theory that the vacuum of our universe is not a true vacuum? I don't know how to explain it so you can understand. In short, according to this theory, our universe exists in a metastable state that can potentially transgress into another one called a true vacuum. If this transition happens, all matter would be destroyed, and what would be formed? It's hard to explain. We don't know it exactly. But anyway, it doesn't matter now. Do you understand already? Our attempts to pierce the very essence of our universe to make it easier to pass silly notes interact with its deepest foundations. For a while, our attempts were successful, but when we increased the power, we failed. We ended up doing something that triggered the process. No one will ever know what it was because there would be no one to find out. It all started on Earth, at the new experimental installation of increased power. Weak consolation, of course, but no one felt or understood anything. The phase transition of the vacuum arose at one point and began to spread at the speed of light. The solar system doesn't exist anymore, only a vast expanding bubble of nothingness, for which we don't have either mathematics or even words to describe. God doesn't play dice, or maybe he does, but he must get angry when someone tries to play him with cheats and tricks. I know it's silly in our position, but I don't feel strong enough to live even the days we have left before the phase transition border catches up with us. So forgive me for this weakness. 8 people on Ishtar and 2 here. I am reducing the remaining humanity by 1/10 by my action, but I cannot do otherwise. Farewell. I don't know what Robertson did on Ishtar. Whether he told his colleagues or withheld the truth, we didn't bring it up during the communication sessions. Robertson was not a specialist in quantum communication or vacuum physics. He was an astrophysicist. Still, he was an old friend of Safronov, and most likely, Viktor Nikolaevich shared his concerns with him in the past. Robertson and I agreed not to report anything to the other remaining stations. There was no use in such information, only the ocean of despair. One by one, they fell silent until we were the only ones left. The Lensman and the Ishtar station. Our strange communication continued for a week, a conversation of people condemned to a delayed dispatch, to oblivion. Now, I am alone. You can't really find silence on a spaceship. But what could be more silent than the realization that you are the last living being in a doomed universe?